We have some breaking gaming news. Now, you may have already seen this reported, but more has developed and has been corroborated and added to the story that the GTA 6 pre-order has in fact leaked. The date that the pre-order goes live, which inevitably will probably also be when GTA 6 Trailer 3 lands. This happened because of some sort of a Best Buy email that leaked that has since been confirmed, corroborated by sources. Insider Gaming has looked into it. Multiple people have been able to verify that this is genuine. Now, I'm going to end the previous stream and bring people over with Redirect. We were covering Forza Horizon 6 and the review roundup there. If you guys want to see how well that game did, check out that past broadcast. So, just to catch you up on what happened in case you missed it. There was an email that went out about pre-ordering GTA 6, and it essentially had the campaign period of time for it, and it runs from May 18th to the 21st. Now, funny enough, 21st is the Take-Two earnings call, and I continue to tell people I really felt like they wanted to go into the earnings call with pre-orders live and in the wild. Now, I thought it was going to be this week. I thought they would want like an entire week of that, but it seems like they're going to be running some sort of pre-order bonus period. So I'm going to pull open the article here by Insider Gaming because they have corroborated this, and I'm going to scroll down to what exactly it says. There is a duration campaign, GTA 6 pre-order physical game. The campaign duration is May 18th to the 21st. Now you can see here, this was an email that went out from Best Buy. There was a streamer. He held up his phone. It was completely legit. It wasn't made up. It wasn't fake. This isn't some kind of a scam. That this is in fact real. And I'm not quite sure if there's going to be a window of time for bonuses or in-game stuff, or like, hey, if you pre-order, you'll get this stuff, you'll get these cool rewards, because I think they're wanting to really create a lot of fervor and a lot of fever about this game. So if we read through the GTA 6 pre-order article here from Insider Gaming, it has been leaked by Best Buy, okay? Plenty of people have been sent the email online, but Insider Gaming has since received the email, and we can independently verify that it is real. That it is real. So there is a possibility that Best Buy is running something. So, this was sent out to affiliates. Thank you. So that's why it's running from the 18th to the 21st. Again, that makes sense. They want all Best Buy affiliates to push the pre-order from the 18th to the 21st. Why? Well, they want people pre-ordering the game going into the earnings call. And if they're going to give you a bit of a spiff, bit of a kickback for pushing the pre-orders during this window, they'll be able to report that during their earnings call and basically brag and boast to their shareholders. If you guys are just tuning in or you're coming from the previous stream, do me a quick favor. Go crazy on the like button. We are doing 2 streams today. Insider Gaming has been able to verify that the email received by affiliates is legitimate by having 2 individual affiliates forward us directly the emails. The emails originate from Impact, one of the leading affiliate partner marketplaces. I actually have an account with Impact. I used to go through them for my partnership in the past with Astro, the headsets, all right? So one of the leading affiliate partners. So they're a big partner marketplace, and they're probably going to get in big trouble for this. If you have an Impact account and have signed up to have affiliate offers from Best Buy, it's possible that you have also received an email from notifications at app.impact.com. Now, this post from GTA 6 Alerts on X, which has shared a video of the email as well as live screenshots of others corroborating the news. So this news broke on May the 13th, 5 entire days before the pre-orders went live. And a 10 bomb comes in from Risic. Let's have a big day. If you guys go crazy on the gifteds, it'll bring more people here. And if you can't do a gifted, hit that thumbs up button. The thumbs up, the likes, it really helps. GTA 6 trailer could be around the corner. The pre-order news has once again got fans online speculating that the highly rumored Trailer 3 could be right around the corner, with many suspecting that the trailer will close with the official pre-order announcement. Now, I have speculated that they could be frustrated by this leak and just push out the trailer. But the problem is the way the trailer is packaged. If the trailer says pre-order today, or pre-order on the 18th or whatever, that's not going to hit as hard. So this has got to be pretty frustrating for Rockstar. We know they like to keep things very secretive. We know they like to surprise and delight. So I don't know if they pull some kind of an audible here where they say, hey, what we'll do is we'll tell people when the trailer is going to show up. Maybe they officially announce a trailer. And a single comes in from Highlanders Grim, gifting a member. Thank you so much. I find it hard to believe that they're going to open up the pre-orders without the trailer. I agree. But I don't know if they're going to want to push the trailer out early if the trailer literally says like pre-order today or pre-order now, if that's not true. So I don't think the trailer goes early, but they could, in fact, do some kind of an announcement where they say, hey, the trailer's going to hit at this day and time. Now, I'm going to let you guys know I will be out of town next week, but I'm still here on Monday. I plan to stream on Monday the 18th. I would be an idiot to not stream that day and cover that day. We've done multiple waiting room streams. We've covered and reacted to trailer number 2. It hit literally when we were in a member stream. We were in Morning Coffee when that trailer hit. So we pivoted, made the trailer thumbnail and title and all that. And when we went and we had a great day and you guys were awesome. And we have since speculated about when it will come. And another 10 bomb comes in from Rissick and he secures the 200 mark. If you guys can unlock Saturday, we'll have my wife react to gaming news. But if you can get to the stretch goal, my wife will play more of Destiny 1 on Saturday night, and we'll do a special stream on Friday. We'll give you a doubleheader. We'll play Directive 8020. It's one of those scary games. Those are super fun to play with my wife. The anticipation for the surrounding GTA 6 has only continued to grow in recent months. It has now been over a year since Rockstar last showed substantial footage of the game, while Trailer 2 has already surpassed 160 million views on YouTube alone. With excitement at an all-time high and fans desperate for fresh details, the rumored May 18th pre-order date has many believing Rockstar could finally be preparing to pull back the curtain once again. Now, this lines up with many things that we've been talking about, right? We've been talking about the fact that, like, I think they want the pre-orders to go live before the earnings call. I thought they wanted GTA 6 Trailer 3 in the wild before the earnings call. I think Strauss-Zelnick wants to walk into that earnings call with just an absolute aura around him of, this game's already crushing it. We're going to take over the gaming narrative this year. Now, just the pre-order leak alone has the Take-Two stock soaring, and I mean soaring. It has gone up $18 because everybody's buying in. They're like, buy Take-Two. You know, that's the mentality. I don't give financial advice here. That's the mentality. Everybody that's buying the stock right now is probably thinking, now's a great time to buy because they're about to have a big rise on the 18th when those pre-orders go live and when that trailer hits. Okay. So, the 18th is Monday. So I believe GTA 6 trailer number 3 lands on Monday, and I believe the pre-orders go live, and the stock is soaring. And I think it's because the shareholders know things are about to go crazy. Things are about to take off and get very big. So this is, I think, the runway that we've heard about up to this point has been that May is when the marketing kicks off. May is when they really start to swing, and I think this is it. I told you guys earlier this week, I said, listen, there's an earnings call on the 21st. Strauss-Zelnick is doing a fireside chat on the 27th, right? And then we have the 28th. I believe the 28th is going to be a state of play. Now, we have a leaker who leaks Marvel stuff, Marvel Scoop. They are claiming that the 24th is going to be a PlayStation state of play, which would be a very strange date for a state of play. That is a Sunday. Now, it could be related to this. If the pre-orders go live on 18th and Trailer 3 hits on the 18th and then the earnings call happens on the 21st, PlayStation could step out and say, hey, we are part of this marketing funnel because we believe they are probably going to have like PS5 bundles with GTA 6 as well as PS5 Pro bundles. So if you're just tuning in, the pre-order date for GTA 6 has indeed leaked. It will be on the 18th, this coming Monday. We believe that will be the day for Trailer 3 as well. These news are fake. That just said several times on Best Buy, nothing to pre-order. I think you've misunderstood. It's not been faked. It's been corroborated and confirmed by Insider Gaming. It is an email that went out to affiliates of Best Buy. They want their affiliates to promote the link and promote the pre-orders, and the pre-order campaign for this affiliate is running from the 18th to the 21st. There's a website called Impact. Impact works with retailers. Retailers will work with Impact to have influencers and affiliates promoting deals, promoting sales, and they sent this email. It is in fact real. It was a mistake. There is a pre-order campaign already in place for Best Buy affiliates, and it just got leaked. That's what happened. Best Buy didn't leak this. This actually isn't on Best Buy. It's on this affiliate partnership company called Impact. I've actually worked with Impact in the past. Denver Miller was 16 months and member plus GTA 6. Never been excited for a game I'm probably never going to play. I mean, I think the most interesting thing about this entire dialogue is the fact that their ability to leverage silence is just, it's such a unique gift, I think, as a company to be able to leverage silence. They say nothing and everybody's talking about them. So yeah, Impact is a marketing agency. So I think people are misunderstanding what this was. Best Buy didn't send out an email and say, hey, you're going to be able to pre-order GTA 6. This is a marketing agency that sent an email to affiliates and said, hey, use your affiliate link. There's a campaign coming up for GTA 6, and you're going to want to run your link from the 18th to the 21st. The campaign window literally runs from Monday to the earnings call. That to me is just, this is just such a slam dunk. I mean, I couldn't ask for anything better. If that dadgum trailer lands on Monday, what a send-off for my trip. That'll be great. That will be great. We've been anticipating this trailer for quite a while. We've been anticipating trailer number 3 for a while. We've been kind of sitting around waiting to see when they finally drop it, and I believe they will drop it on Monday. Now, there is the possibility that Rockstar gets annoyed by the fact that this happens and they drop the trailer early. If they drop the trailer early, I'm assuming they would have to make some kind of a change to the trailer. They would have to essentially say, well, it can't say pre-order today, because I believe that's what it will likely say. It'll say, pre-order today at the end of the trailer. And if that's the case, you wouldn't want to be running a trailer that basically says, misinformation. If it cannot be pre-ordered at that point in time, then they would need to adjust it to say, hey, pre-order this coming Monday on the 18th, which maybe they do that. Maybe they can pull an audible here and have the marketing team or the marketing company or whatever whip together a new version of the trailer with a final frame that says pre-order, Monday, May the 18th, and then it runs all frickin' weekend and everybody goes crazy waiting to pre-order. I mean, it's going to crash any of the storefronts that it's in for pre-orders. It's going to absolutely crash those storefronts. GTA series Twitter account saying the pre-orders could be reportedly going live. Yeah, we already know that. Perfect image. We're literally doing a show about that right now. That's actually not new information, but I appreciate you putting that in the Discord. Too late in the morning for the trailer today. I agree with you, Melissa, but there's always tomorrow. Can you imagine this sucker hitting on a Friday morning? It hits on a Friday morning and it runs all weekend, and everybody's chomping at the bit to pre-order. This thing could get pushed to tomorrow. Between today and tomorrow morning, that's enough time to change the final outro of the trailer. If they want the final outro of the trailer to be like, hey, pre-order this Monday, or just pre-order Monday, May 18th, that, that's they could drop it tomorrow morning, and that sucker could run all weekend and just absolutely cook. I don't know. I don't I don't know what to do. I don't know if we should try to cover that tomorrow. I don't know if we should try to sit around and wait tomorrow. We are going to be on the roundtable, the gaming roundtable tomorrow with Ginger. That's in the middle of the day, so that's a safe show to do. That's not a risk. By that time, they would not be putting the trailer out. If the trailer does go out, I would assume it would go out tomorrow morning around 9 in the morning Eastern. That's typically when their trailers have gone out. Trailer number 2 did that. Trailer number 1 was scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern. It went out in the evening simply because it got leaked by the guy that downloaded it off the back end of YouTube, and then he put it out there with like his crypto over top of it or whatever. Would Rockstar drop a Monday trailer? I feel like it would be tomorrow or even later today. That's actually good analysis to be like, why would they drop it on a Monday? Wouldn't they drop it on a Friday? It would kind of go crazy on a Friday, and then it just goes nuts over the weekend. Like everybody's watching the trailer over the weekend, anticipating pre-orders going live this Monday. If you get paid weekly, Friday is payday. If you get paid bi-monthly, Friday is payday. Rockstar opened the floodgates. Oh, you think they might just do it tomorrow? Just open the pre-order. See, the difficulty with that is like infrastructurally, like logistically, that would be extremely hard to do. Because you basically have to have all these storefronts, their point of sale systems, and their websites would all have to be updated. All of that would have to change. I don't know if that's possible, Fuzzy. It makes more sense to me to drop the trailer tomorrow, as you say. For many people, tomorrow is payday. Right? Tomorrow's payday. So they run the trailer tomorrow. Everybody sets aside their monies, you know? They spend a little less money over the weekend, and they're like, no. I got to set aside some money for that GTA 6. I'm pre-ordering on Monday, dude. I'm not sitting this one out. So I actually think that's good insight, though, that Friday is payday. So they may want to run this trailer tomorrow to get everybody on it, sort of like allocating and setting aside those funds, setting the cash aside, setting whatever aside. Check Game Informer post. What has Game Informer posted? Let's check it out. If there was a game that could get away with a sudden price increase in a game, it would be that game. $80 to $100 wouldn't surprise me. An $80 base price wouldn't surprise me either. You know, it wouldn't surprise me either. So, let's see here. You're saying Game Informer posted something? I'm looking to see, and they said Best Buy may have leaked. Yeah, we're literally covering that right now. That's literally what I'm covering. That's what my thumbnail and title is about. For those of you that are just getting here, the GTA 6 pre-order has indeed been leaked, not by Best Buy. I actually misspoke in the show open. It was leaked by Impact. Impact is a marketing agency that sent out an email letting affiliates know, hey, there's a campaign coming to use with your affiliate link. And it's going to run from May 18th to the 21st, and it's a GTA 6 pre-order campaign. Because if you're an affiliate and you get people to click on your link and they pre-order with your link, you make money, right? So that's going to be running from the 18th to the 21st. Now, the 21st, you may know, the 21st is the earnings call for Take-Two. And I have been saying for quite a while, you know, I listen, I've been saying I think they're going to want GTA 6 Trailer 3 and the pre-orders to go live before the earnings call. Because Strauss Zelnick has gone to multiple earnings calls and shareholder meetings and Q&A and interviews, and he gave assurances about the 2025 release window, fall of 2025. He was very confident. Then he was confident about May of this year. I don't think he wanted to walk into another earnings call and say, oh, yeah, we're very confident about that release date. I think he would want to say, no, the release date's locked in. We released a third trailer. Pre-orders are live. Preliminary reports are that pre-orders are at this threshold. That's what he wants to do. And listen, the shareholders are watching. The stock has skyrocketed. $18.50. $18.50. So the stock trading world, okay? No, okay. The stock trading world is paying attention to this, okay? Take-Two stock. Let's pull it up here. Take-Two stock. Let me see if I can put it on the screen for you guys. How do I get a view here that doesn't look like that? Take-Two stock. Why doesn't Google allow me to, let's just go to maybe Yahoo Finance will show it a little bit better. Here you go. This one's red hot. Look at that. It's red hot. Look at it go. So the stock trading world's paying attention. They're like, oh, and pre-orders are about to go live in a couple of days. We better buy back. Better buy back in. Almost up 10%. Yeah, like 8.5%. That's insane. I'm glad this news broke because my theory with Red Dead DLC was updates for May to June so they can set aside the marketing. Well, I had always said I thought they were going to do it this week. I was obviously wrong, okay? I was obviously wrong, but I thought it would be this week. I was like, it'll be this week. They want to get those pre-order numbers cooking, you know. Now, maybe there's going to be some kind of an incentive since the campaign for the affiliates runs from the 18th to the 21st. It's very possible there's going to be some kind of an incentive to pre-order in that window of time, right? It could be like, oh no, there's an incentive to pre-order during this window of time. You're going to get like some kind of a benefit or something. They're going to want people to pre-order before that earnings call on the 21st. Buy high, sell low. That's you. Hopefully you're not a financial advisor. Speaking of Red Dead 2, that's what'll be available on PS Plus on the 19th. It'd be really cool if Red Dead goes live on PS Plus on the 19th and they push out some kind of a free update next week. That rumored Red Dead update, very, very crazy if that one goes live next week. That'd be really, really cool. There's Red Dead DLC. Well, there's a rumored Red Dead 2 update to put it at 60 FPS. Basically, a next-gen update has been rumored for Red Dead 2 for a while. Red Dead 1 got an update. Now, people obviously were thinking, well, if you're going to do an update to Red Dead 1, why would you not do an update to Red Dead 2? No word on pricing. The GTA 6 price has been largely speculated about over the years. We do not have anything in the leak about pricing. The leak was a marketing agency that sent out an email to affiliates saying there's a GTA 6 pre-order campaign coming from May 18th to May 21st. So this Monday to the 21st, which is when the earnings call. A $5 super chat from Omar, evil laugh. What are you evil laughing about, Omar? Still the possibility they drop the trailer and pre-orders anytime between now and the 18th. I actually could be compelled they're going to drop the trailer tomorrow because they're going to want people to be excited for Monday to pre-order. But they could just drop the trailer on Monday as well. They could do either. I like. There's a part of me that thinks a trailer that goes live and says pre-order right now, that goes hard. A trailer that drops on a Friday and cooks all weekend, telling people to pre-order this coming Monday, that goes hard too. So, the date? What date? What are you talking about, Omar? I want PS5 Red Dead so bad. Oh, an updated version? Yeah, I do too. I would love that. The date and me joking about this earlier this week. Joke's on you, Omar. I'm in town on the 18th. Sucker. So if they drop everything on the 18th, buddy, you better believe I'm streaming. I wasn't going to stream. We typically don't do one stream before I go out of town. But I'll make an exception for GTA 6. Like, if the pre-orders go live and the trailer goes live, you better believe I'm going to be streaming. So yes, my trip is not Sunday or Monday to Saturday. It is a Tuesday to Saturday. So suck it, Omar. The incentive on the 18th is just that, an incentive. Pre-orders could go live tomorrow for all we know. This is true, Austin. This is true. I don't know why you would have a marketing campaign for pre-orders multiple days after pre-orders go live. That's typically not how it works. You're more commonly going to find that the pre-orders are going to go live like the day the campaign starts. Well, by the way, I know it's off topic, but FYI, PlayStation just tweeted behind the scenes Sorrow's dev video. Oh, cool. If you guys miss it, I got to interview the lead actor from Sorrows this week, Rahul Kohli. It is on this channel. Yesterday, I got to interview Colin Moriarty from Last Stand Media, the guy that co-founded Kinda Funny and now runs the Sacred Symbols podcast. So be sure to check out both of those interviews are live on the channel right now. Appreciate you guys supporting me and what I do and making those types of things possible. If you're here right now watching on YouTube, man, do me a real quick favor. I need everybody to do this right now. I want you to look at that like button. I want you to look at that thumbs up button, and I want you to hit it. Hit the tar out of it. Let's get that like count skyrocketing. There are so many people here, and you're not hitting that like button. So let's do it. Let's get to 200 likes in the blink of an eye. The thing is, if Lono doesn't stream, the trailer would definitely drop. That's right. That's right. The trailer came out? No. The GTA 6 pre-order date has been leaked. Just dropped in. Do you think the trailer might drop now? No, too late in the day for today. I think the trailer could either drop tomorrow in the morning or Monday morning. It's either of those dates. I don't think they would drop the trailer on a Saturday or a Sunday. I think they either drop the trailer tomorrow and promote the pre-orders this coming Monday, or they just drop the trailer on Monday and promote the pre-orders saying, like, you can pre-order today. $5 super chat from Decan says, I might have missed the info. Will there be a disk drive for the Xbox Helix? I have no idea, brother. I haven't seen any reports on that. Moore's Law is dead might know. A Wired Rope, has Moore's Law said anything about a disk drive and Helix? I actually don't know. I made sure to hit the like button twice. Well, thank you for that. We're really, really close to 200 likes. You guys are absolutely crushing it. Thank you so much. And if you missed the first stream of the day, we did a Forza Horizon 6 review roundup. That game has got a 92, well within Game of the Year contention. Synth Potato is now tweeting about the situation. Let's see what he has to say. He says, the detailed next week's Grand Theft Auto Online event is well on this, which might be a good sign even if it's been done before. All signs seem to be pointing towards next week being a massive week for GTA 6. It's going to be a good time. There you go. So more people commentating on the situation, and they were able to corroborate. Insider Gaming was able to corroborate the claims that this marketing campaign email did in fact go out, and it does in fact state that there is a GTA 6 pre-order campaign running from May 18th to May 21st. So. $5 super chat from my man Kev Dance says, I'm not a GTA guy, so I'm not up to date, but have they released normal, non-cinematic gameplay yet? If not, is that concerning? Do you expect they will in number 3? Well, I'm going to answer the question in two ways. Number one, I would love for them to release some actual raw gameplay. Up to this point in time, I would argue that they have not done that, okay? I believe they have not done that. They haven't, okay? So, second, I want them to, but they're probably not going to, okay? I want them to. Let's see here. I was going to... I was given a week, and it was week of 18th. Only one person would give me that. Okay. Play, it was a good day by Ice Cube Friday. The gameplay will come later. Yeah, to answer your question, though, Kev Dance, I would like them to show gameplay. I don't believe they've really shown gameplay up to this point. I do not think that they will in this trailer. Right? Like, I do not believe. I believe that this trailer is designed to promote... I believe this trailer is designed to promote pre-orders and not to promote gameplay. They know they don't need to show... gameplay to get pre-orders. Like, they know this. So I would suspect that it will just be another trailer like these ones here. Largely cinematic, sections of gameplay-ish spots where you're like, okay, it might kind of look like that. But in general, it will, I think it will, just be like this. It'll be more cinematic than like raw gameplay. GTA 6 Countdown put a check mark on that announcement. Buckle up for 2 weeks of high-octane, nitrous-infused automotive mayhem in GTA Online. 4 times the rewards on land races. Obtain rare prizes for acquiring big-ticket rides. Plus, rake it in with added bonuses for salvage yard owners. And thank you guys so much for being here. We need 10 more likes for 200 likes. I appreciate it so much. If you guys have missed the breaking news about this, there was a marketing agency. They're known as Impact, and they sent out an email that basically leaked the GTA 6 pre-order bonus or pre-order window. Reputable Dutch retailer lists GTA 6 PS5 Standard Edition for €99 pre-order, and that post has been taken down on Reddit. So it's possible that the retailers are starting to have leaky sections of their websites and their infrastructure, looking like a €99 pre-order, €99 in USD. That is $115. So I don't know if that was fake, if it was a mistake, if it was a typo, it could be anything, honestly. It could be a collector's edition or something. That seems a little high. But there is the concern. There is the concern that GTA 6 price will be higher than pretty much any other game out there right now, whether the base price is $80 and the collectors are... I've always thought they'll do an $80 and then Digital Deluxe will be like $100. Digital Deluxe will come with 48 hours of early access because the official release date for GTA 6 is a Thursday. 48 hours before that is a Tuesday. Tom Henderson's laughing. He's laughing at the Rockstar Games tweet about the bonuses. He's like, "Are you serious?" Very, very, very good tweet there from old Tom Henderson over there at Insider Gaming. And we like the outfit over there. We like Tom Henderson and the boys at Insider Gaming. They are doing a showcase that will be co-streaming in the coming weeks. I believe that's after I get back. It's pinned on Insider Gaming's, I believe, on their account. Or no, it's not. But they've been tweeting about it fairly regularly. They do have a showcase upcoming. It is May 28th. May 28th is the Insider Gaming Showcase. They'll be showcasing lots of games, as well as interviews and coverage, and we will be co-streaming that as well. Tom Henderson reached out to see if we were interested in co-streaming. They're trying to get a lot of people involved, and I said, of course, I would be willing to do that, and we appreciate him reaching out like that. Let's see here. I don't think Rockstar does early access, do they? I think a Thursday release date doesn't make an ounce of sense, Yana did. I mean, why would they release the game on Thursday, if not to do 48 hours of early access on a Tuesday? You're saying they've never done early access, but to be quite honest with you, brother, back when their last game came out, that wasn't a concept yet, right? I mean, I think you would agree with me. Code related to GTA 6 reservations has been found on the official page of the game itself. It doesn't confirm that reservations are active, but it strongly suggests that Rockstar is preparing a pre-order system, analytics, and purchase tracking in GTA 6. This comes fresh off of Ecstasis' Twitter feed. He is part of the outfit over there at Insider Gaming. We like Ecstasis, and he is a mutual, so appreciate Ecstasis. And he's over there saying that there has been some updates done to their website, seemingly getting ready for the GTA 6 pre-orders to go live. GTA gameplay was never that great. We don't need to see gameplay. I think anticipation for GTA 6 gameplay is probably quite a bit higher, though, than previous games, given it's been 13 years since the last one came out. It's been like 8 years since Red Dead came out. I think expectations are pretty high. I don't think people are expecting these games to feel and play like old games. I think people are going to want them to look and feel like new games. You know what I mean? So I believe they're gonna push those elements of gameplay and graphics and performance. I believe they're gonna push those further than they have previously. I think that's the goal. I do not think they're just gonna kind of phone it in or like leave it as it kind of always has been. So I thought the collector's editions would be between $100 and $200 on average. I mean, I think that's a fair prediction, to be honest with you, Daniel. I have always thought they would make the most money by monetizing early access, $100 digital deluxe edition, as opposed to doing, like, oh, it's $100 for the game base. Like, I thought they could do an $80 version. They could certainly raise the price to $80. I'm not advocating for that, by the way, okay? I'm not saying that I hope they do that. I'm not advocating for it. But I am saying I could see them doing that. I could see them saying, hey, we could charge $80 for base, and every million copies they sell, that's an extra $10 million. So, I would hazard a guess to say that they very well could raise the price of the base to $80. And then have like $100, digital deluxe version or something. Blades of Fire version 2.0 is out now. I was going to try and stream that today, and they were going to send me a code, and then they sent me a Steam code instead. So I'm not sure what the deal was there. I think I have the game already. I think I'll probably just be able to download the update and check it out on my PlayStation 5 to see how Blades of Fire feels now. Let's see. Blades. Let's see if it's done any improvements. Blades of Fire. Steam. Maybe watch the score on Steam today to see if it goes up. No user reviews. Oh, it hit Steam literally today. That's right. It was an Epic Games Store exclusive and console exclusive. So it was, you could not get it on Steam. Not console exclusive, sorry. It was exclusive to Epic Games Store and the consoles, and you could not get it on Steam. It currently has no user reviews just yet. So 7 curators have reviewed this product. Click here to see them. Oh, that's not okay. Yeah, no review score yet for Blades of Fire. So you're definitely going to get a physical copy. Okay. Checking the news feed. Somebody in chat is saying an unconfirmed GTA 6 billboard spotted in Miami. It's so hard to confirm if stuff like that's real nowadays, though. It's so easy to make something like that look extremely convincing with AI. What game? Yeah, Blades of Fire. I thought Blades of Fire had a ton of potential, and then I played it, and it was like, it was a little ish. Like, it definitely could be better. Like, it wasn't that it was bad. It just was a little ish. It was like, this could be better. And, maybe that's what they're trying to do with this 2.0 moment. We will see. Currently, we are live right now, guys, covering the fact that the GTA 6 pre-order has indeed been leaked. Those of you waiting for GTA 6 Trailer 3, I at this point believe it's either tomorrow morning or Monday morning. They could do it tomorrow morning and basically promote the fact that pre-orders go live this coming Monday, or it could go, live on Monday. Like, literally the trailer hits Monday and is like pre-order right now. The shares, the stock value is going up. It's gone up by like 8% already. They're having a bit of a moment. Obviously, the investors and the shareholders are saying now's a good time to buy, as the share value will likely soar in the coming week, because if the pre-orders go live, then the earnings call will focus on that. They will focus on how many have been pre-ordered. They could get into speculation about, potential earnings and revenue increases directly tied to GTA 6. And that would then likely be another cause for the share value and the stock value to go up. So the leak, for those of you that don't know and you're just tuning in, the GTA 6 leak, the pre-order date, it did not come from Best Buy. That's actually being erroneously reported. I even misspoke in the show open. I hadn't had time to really research it. I misspoke. It was from a marketing agency. They're known as Impact. They sent emails to affiliates and said there was an upcoming GTA 6 pre-order campaign, and it was going to run from May 18th to the 21st. Now, the 21st is a date of interest because that is the Take-Two earnings call. And that is not surprising. I continued to say all last week and this week that I thought they were going to drop the trailer and the pre-orders. They were going to make all that happen before the earnings call. There have been too many instances of Strauss Zelnick, speaking to the shareholders and saying that he's confident in the release date and that, he thinks they're good to go. And I had continued to say that I thought he was going to want to walk into this earnings call and say, hey, trailer went live, pre-orders are live, we're cooking. And I think he wants to be able to do that next week. Now, a week after the Take-Two earnings call, Strauss Zelnick will be sitting down and doing a fireside chat on the 27th. I speculated that there could be a state of play the day after on the 28th. We know that PlayStation likes to do state of plays late May, early June, right before showcase season. We're now hearing from a rumor, a leaker who leaks Marvel stuff. They get scoops on Marvel. They are claiming that there will be a state of play on the 24th, which is a Sunday. Now, that's unusual. That is extremely abnormal. That is not something that you typically see. You typically do not see a state of play on a Sunday. So, just out in what's happening, the GTA 6 pre-order has been leaked It seemingly will be starting on the 18th and run from the 21st. There'll be some kind of a deal, some kind of a special. Well, there's a campaign running for affiliates during that window of time. Hang on. Fuzzy says I did a quick something. Hang on. Let me click on this. I did a quick analysis of the State of Play videos I could find on PlayStation YouTube channel. Ain't no way it's the 24th. So they've done Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Thursday, Monday. Yeah, I just really, really severely doubt they're doing a Sunday. Now, the only reason I could be compelled, Fuzzy, that they would change course and do a Sunday is it has something to do with GTA 6. Because if the pre-orders go live on the 18th, the earnings calls on the 21st, they may want to ride that wave as soon as possible. Like, boom, 24th, and then that entire week, they're associated with whatever bundle's going live, right? Like, if retailers need that bundle available, shelved, or orderable through their websites, that could be a reason to have, like, an unprecedented State of Play date, right? Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah, the 24th seems like such a weird day for a State of Play. The only reason I could see them really, really changing format for State of Play on a Sunday is because it's somehow tied up with the GTA 6 situation. GTA 6 is it's fundamentally, an earth-shattering game. It's going to disrupt the entire industry. So I could see PlayStation, changing their sort of standard operating procedure with their State of Plays, and run one on a Sunday. So if you guys are just tuning in, you've never been here before, I run a Safe for Work channel. I do a talk show Monday through Friday. If you like gaming news and gaming coverage, you can listen to this show pretty much every day, Monday through Friday. It's like a podcast that's live about gaming. So be sure to hit subscribe if you want to talk in the chat. And do me a favor, if you haven't hit the like button yet, that does help me out. Hit like. And if you listen to my content on a regular basis, consider supporting me directly. We've been trying to get our direct support to 600. We want to see 600 people with paid-for memberships. Now, we do a lot of member gifting here, and we have a very generous community, but we would like to see that go up. So for $5 a month, you can become a patron of this channel and get into my Discord. It's not even a gaming event anymore. It's a media event. Could there be a marketing deal giving them a deadline for it? Everything could have shifted around, Daniel. Right? Like, because of the delay, everything could have shifted around. There could have been some kind of an agreement between Rockstar and PlayStation that, like, hey, we want you to do a State of Play X number of days after pre-orders go live. And PlayStation was probably like, yeah, sure, that's fine. We've got you. Well, that was probably drawn up in relation to May of this year was the second release date. Fall of last year was the original. Okay? So, it's very possible that PlayStation's now kind of stuck honoring that contract and having to put a State of Play on an awkward day for them. Because a Monday trailer and Monday pre-orders I think is more in relation to the earnings call than anything. And Take-Two's earnings call year to year might land on different days, different times, what have you. So I think there's probably some kind of a deal that may have pushed this and may have made, PlayStation say, oh yeah, we're going to have to do a State of Play. That's the only reason I think PlayStation would do a State of Play on a Sunday, is that it's somehow related to a GTA 6 marketing deal. Because outside of that, that's very, very much out of the norm for them, to do something like this, to step outside their normal operations of, like, they like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's typically when their State of Plays commonly land. Good morning, Feed. I see you in the chat. They want to own the weekend before Summer Game Fest, says Wired wrote. I mean, if they do it on the 24th, that's not just the weekend. That's 2 whole weeks practically before Summer Game Fest kicks off. Summer Game Fest kicks off on June the 5th, which is a Friday. So if the 24th State of Play hits, that's all that week, as well as like the entire first week of June. To just announce a bundle, it could literally be a GTA State of Play. They could be doing 2 I could see it. I could see them doing a GTA 6 State of Play on the 24th, and then they could do another one on June the 4th to kick off Summer Game Fest and talk about their own stuff. They've got Wolverine to talk about. I mean, we know this. Or they could be kicking Wolverine to July, and they do a State of Play in July just about Wolverine. They did that with Yote, right? Yote didn't get much showing at Summer Game Fest State of Play last year. They announced a Ghost of Yote State of Play. So you could see something similar this time around as well. Why would Sony care about Summer Game Fest? Them games are all coming to PS5. I don't know why you would say, why do they care about Summer Game Fest? They've been basically involved in Summer Game Fest for, 4 or 5 years now. They're one of the official sponsors of the event. They're involved. Their games are involved. And they typically kick off Summer Game Fest with a State of Play at the end of May or early June. They've done this for like 4 or 5 years in a row now. There was 1 year they did a showcase, but for the most part, they do State of Play, and that's when they do it. If any game or dev can get PlayStation to go out of their norm, it's GTA Rockstar. I agree with you. If there's somebody that can get them to kind of break from their normal procedures, that's who could get them to do it. Cinematic Trailer 3, Rockstar on Monday, announced gameplay trailer during State of Play. Thoughts? Maybe. I think a State of Play would be more focused on promoting some type of a bundle. A GTA 6 PS5 Pro bundle or a GTA 6 PS5 bundle, something to that effect. Subnautica 2 launched 20 minutes ago. Safe to say Krafton will be forced to pay out the $250 million bonus it tried very hard to avoid paying. Good. Screw those scumbags. That was what they did to that company was freaking reprehensible. It's good to see that game supported. If you guys want to support Subnautica 2, do it. Summer Game Fest is not a competition. There's always going to be minimal competition, though, at something like Summer Game Fest, and it's a competition for attention. I mean, you have trailers going live, you have announcements going live, people want their games to be wishlisted and pre-ordered. There is an element of competition that does happen during Summer Game Fest. I think that's basically undeniable at this point. We're all these game companies are competing for our attention and competing for, our eyeballs. Some of the showcases, I mean, you honestly don't even want to be at the beginning, Some of the showcases are just so long. They're so long. Like, you do not want to be at the beginning because by the time you get to the end, everybody forgets. Everybody forgets what's going on. They're like, wait, what? What was that first game again? What was that second game again? Like, I literally write down the names of the games during a showcase so that when we get all the way to the end, I can remind you guys. Because like I can remind you guys, like, hey, the there was a lot in this showcase. Let's kind of remind ourselves of all of the various things that took place. The show would be a 30-minute showing of the collector's edition and other bundles. It could be that. I mean, I could see them saying, hey, let's showcase gameplay in the State of Play. I mean, I definitely could see that. I could see that. I could see them saying, hey, this is a good opportunity to show some gameplay, do a bit of a gameplay breakdown, especially, if PlayStation's really wanting to push the PS5 Pro or the PlayStation in general, showing off gameplay, on a PlayStation, right? Showing off gameplay on a PlayStation. Or on a PS5 Pro. This already got debunked and deleted. Okay, so the Netherlands retailing, there was a Netherlands store that listed GTA 6 for €99. That has been debunked, and the post has been deleted. So if you're seeing that claimed, in various spaces and places, I would ignore that. That has been debunked, and Reddit has deleted the post. That's true. I take notes too. I like the okay, so it'd be cool to see people with Chicken Man. No one is forgetting that easily, especially not GTA 6. I mean, if the Best Buy pre-orders leak is real, why not at the 18th, trailer 3, and at the end of the trailer, pre-order now? It could go either way, Frad. And it is, in fact, real. It's been corroborated by Insider Gaming. So this is what happened. So those of you that are just tuning in, if you're enjoying my breakdowns, my willingness to kind of repeat the story, I appreciate you guys tuning in. You can do me a favor and show your appreciation by hitting the like button. That helps me out, and that helps this video find more folks, okay? So, this is what happened. There's a marketing agency called Impact. Impact sent out an email to their affiliates, and they said there is an upcoming campaign for pre-orders of GTA 6, and that campaign runs from May 18th to the 21st. Now, if May 21st sounds familiar to you, it's because that's the Take-Two earnings call, all right? So the Take-Two earnings call is next week on the 21st. Now, for a while, I have been saying that I felt they would do GTA 6 Trailer 3 and pre-orders. I said they're going to do it before that earnings call. I felt that Strauss Zelnick wanted to walk in to the earnings call with more than just his word and his confidence. He wanted to be able to say the new trailer is in the wild and pre-orders are live. Okay. Now, to your point, Fraggy, I'm just going to call you Frad. To your point, Frad, I think they could drop the trailer tomorrow and let it just absolutely cook over the weekend. If they drop the trailer tomorrow and it says pre-order May 18th, you're basically hitting up everybody on Friday, which is payday, and telling them, hey, set aside your money. Pre-orders for GTA 6 go live, in a couple of days or what have you. So I think either scenario it works. The trailer could go live Monday and say pre-order now. The trailer could go live tomorrow and say pre-order on the 18th. I think either strategy works in their favor, right? I think the trailer dropping tomorrow gives them a little bit of momentum. It gives them a little bit of momentum. And the reason it gives them a little bit of momentum is because, the trailer gets to kind of just do its thing. And then the pre-orders can just kind of do their thing. Instead of having people watch the trailer and then go pre-order, you have them watching the trailer and watching the trailer and watching and watching and watching and sharing and watching and commenting and reacting. The trailer just gets to do its thing. And then all that Monday is about is the pre-orders. Blogs are out there, tweets are out there, billboards are out there, commercials are out there. Pre-order today. Do you see? So I could see the GTA 6 Trailer 3 landing tomorrow just so it gets to completely do its thing, almost not in a vacuum, but it gets to just do nothing but rake in views, comments, reactions, and momentum. So it could go any direction. I think any prediction at this point is as good as the rest. I mean, obviously, unless somebody's memeing and saying, the game's never going to come out or something. But for the most part, I think, at this point, almost any prediction is as good as the rest. Because I think either strategy works. Either one. You could do the trailer over the weekend or Monday. Either way, I think pre-orders and momentum are going to be well in their corner. This is off subject, but did they make Bastion harder in the Saros update? He was shooting 2, sometimes 3 attacks at once at me this morning. Bastion's the one that hangs down from the ceiling, right? I believe that is a glitch. That happened to me. Yes. I told my stream about that, Brandon, about a week or two ago. He doesn't cycle his attacks properly sometimes. He'll go to start an attack, and he'll literally stop the attack and start another one. It makes a rhythm with him almost impossible. I don't know if they've acknowledged it. I don't know if they have, I don't know. But I believe it's a glitch. Yeah, Biome 2's boss. 100% glitches out. And, he doesn't cycle through his attacks properly. He was kicking my butt. When he does that, he's almost impossible to fight because there's no good punishment windows for you. You're just sort of beneath a barrage of attacks over and over and over again. So that's the long and short of it. Subnautica 2 player count's insane, by the way. It could be a show by itself. I mean, we obviously can celebrate the fact we can obviously celebrate the fact that it's doing as well as it's doing, because the situation that they had with the bonus that they were, their publisher was like trying not to pay. So just beat the third boss. I'm hyped to get back. Yeah, third boss is pretty straightforward. But it's a fun fight. Could trailer 3 be just saying pre-orders and showing off different versions of the game? I don't know if they're going to waste everybody's time running a trailer if that's all it is. I again don't think so. I think that would be a significant mistake. I think that would be a significant mistake to get everybody's attention and to not even really show anything or do anything. Climbing, yeah, the Subnautica 2 numbers are at 400,000. Jiminy Christmas. That is insane. It's been 40 minutes. Yeah, they're going to close in on half a million any second. They're absolutely crushing. They'll definitely show gameplay. I don't know if they'll show gameplay. I think it's going to be another cinematic trailer like this. I think it's going to be another cinematic focused trailer to really, really just push pre-orders. That's the goal, is to just get people excited and to push those pre-orders. I think that's it. That's primarily what they're going to do. I beat Bastion on my 16th try. Get good. I think I beat Bastion on my my second or third try. I think. I've been staying outside of the Take-Two house in London. They look very busy today. Oh, you can't be serious. You can't be serious. If you guys have been watching and vibing, listening and lurking this morning, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. We're just hanging out and covering this because it broke late last night, early this morning, and we wanted to make sure and cover it. And so we're just kind of repeating the story to people that come in. And if you appreciate that, and it's been good for you, it's been enjoyable to hang out, make sure you're hitting the like button. That does support me, and we appreciate you guys so much being a part of this. What's happening just got here. So there is a marketing agency called Impact, and they sent out an email to their affiliates saying that there is a pre-order campaign coming for GTA 6, and it runs from May 18th to the 21st. The 21st is the earnings day, the earnings report for Take-Two. And May 18th is this coming Monday. So it is believed that Monday the 18th, GTA 6 pre-orders will go live. Beyond that, it's believed that the GTA 6 trailer 3 will also likely hit at the same time, around that time. And OD91 gifts a member and gets us to 203 on the week. There's a rumor that the God of War Face spinoff is claimed to be the One More Thing at the PlayStation State of Play event. Yeah, if they do a State of Play that's tied to GTA 6, I don't see them doing a One More Thing. I really don't. I really don't. I would imagine if they're going to do a One More Thing with the Faye game, that's going to be during their own State of Play. I think, thanks for the coverage. Thank you, OD91. I think they could do two different things. I think they could do a State of Play with GTA 6, and I think they could do a State of Play with just their own stuff. We might be in store for like a very quick succession of like State of Plays for them. You got the membership? Oh, nice. Lono, what do you anticipate being your personal connection to GTA 6? Are you going to play it a lot? Is this the kind of game for you? Typically, these kind of games don't call to me, but I thought that about Rogues, and now I love Rogues, right? Returnal converted me to a fan of Rogues. So my experience is generally that these games don't call to me. I'm obviously interested in this game from a technical aspect. I'm interested in how they're going to manage the open world. I'm also interested from the business aspect, like how's it going to sell, how much of a takeover is it going to be, how seismic and tectonic will the game be within the gaming market and landscape, okay? Now, there have been people that have completely misrepresented my coverage and have made it seem like, oh, he's just grifting. He doesn't even care about the game, like the game, or want to play the game. He's just covering it for views. Number one, that's a complete and fundamental misunderstanding of a variety gaming news channel. We just did a Forza Horizon review roundup this morning, and I don't play racing games. We cover the news. I know that's difficult for people, with small brains, but we cover the news. We cover a variety of gaming topics. If that's lost on people, that's their own lack of intelligence, right? Within GTA 6, though, I'm going to give it a shot. Now, if it's a 30 FPS game, I'm not interested. Like, I'm not going to play a 30 FPS game in 2026. I'm just not going to do it. I've got too many games in my backlog to play a game because this game is not designed to be played in 10 hours or what have you. It'll be not safe for work. I've played not safe for work games before. That's not abnormal. I play games with cursing, swearing, and violence. Now, obviously, nudity is more than likely going to be in this game. I'm assuming that can be somewhat avoided. And a single gifted membership comes in from Broken Earth and gets us to 204. Thank you, Broken Earth. And it goes to OD91. Not only did OD just gift one, but he got it gifted back. And there it goes. And another one comes in and gets us a 205. We're a 20 bomb away from the next milestone, and we're going to need some member bombs if we're going to get to the goal to unlock the Saturday stream with Madam. Or it's because Rockstar's not paying you. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What would Rockstar paying me have to do with anything? Paid it forward, mate. Thank you. There it goes. That's the way to do it. Keeping an eye on the news feeds right now to see if there's any other speculation about what's been going on out there. Yeah, I saw that. It seems like Talos Principle 3 is skipping Xbox. That'll probably be a common theme end of gen because they're just such a small-sized footprint now, and they've just signaled such a focus on PC that I just think that'll probably be a trend going forward. So, yeah. And thank you to the people that are going and watching my interview with Rahul Kohli. I appreciate that so much. That's the lead actor for Saros, latest game that came out, spiritual successor, spiritual sequel to Returnal. That was a really, really fun interview. So I enjoyed that. And then yesterday we got to also interview Colin Moriarty from Last Stand Media and the Sacred Symbols podcast. So we've been continuing to try to get guests on the channel for interviews, and if you missed those interviews, you can check those out. Those are on the channel. Great reason to subscribe. And you can get more people here today by clicking the like button. We're very close to the next milestone of likes at 300. Rockstar's been having problems with staff, let alone streamers. Problems paying staff. That's not true. There hasn't been a single credible report that they're having trouble paying staff. That's a ridiculous thing to even believe. That a company that size is struggling to pay its staff. Like, huh? That's why would you even think that that's... Where did you even see that? You know what I mean? Waking up to this leak midnight was the best news I've had in a while, says Christopher Burnett. It's had me hyped. I couldn't even go back to sleep. I mean, what do you think, Christopher? You've made an awful lot of predictions about what Rockstar is going to do. Do you think they drop the trailer tomorrow, let it cook all weekend, telling people that they can pre-order on the 18th? Or do you think they drop the trailer on Monday and say you can pre-order right now? So... How long until Astacross is on the show? I mean, listen, he's been very cordial and kind the handful of times we've talked in DMs. That would not be a smart move for him. That Destiny audience they're a bunch of freaking lunatics, dude. Lunatics. too many people in that community are just sycophantic and toxic, and they hate me to this day. Even though claims were proven false or disappeared or vanished or completely walked back, they don't care, right? That fan base is crazy. GTA 6 map is about 2 to 3 times bigger than GTA 5 based on what's been showed. If you're looking at the business side of things, I think it'll be a tough decision if it's at 30. Yeah, I mean, I just do not have a desire to play a 30 FPS game. I don't like it. It feels freaking terrible. Guys, double check that YouTube is saving your likes. We're 24 away from 300. Make sure that YouTube's not being weird. Sometimes it's a little weird on those likes. And let me see if we can switch directories yet. We can. I am going to do a streamer red ad here in just a moment. But I'm going to put us back into just chatting. We were running a channel skin. Some of those channel skins require us to change directories. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out over there on Twitch. Thoughts on Sorrow selling terribly? Not been proven, and Alinea Analytics said that Yote was trailing behind Tsushima or selling slower than Tsushima, and they were incorrect and proven wrong by an earnings call. Your account's also 2 months old, so thanks for the attempt. Let's see here. Looking at the news feeds now. If you guys missed it, we did a Forza Horizon 6 review roundup this morning. We did a Forza Horizon 6 review roundup this morning. That game is in a really, really good spot. Really high review score, sitting at a 92. Definitely could be a Game of the Year contender. I think it's tough for racing games, sports games, fighting games. I think it's tough for those games to get Game of the Year noms, but we'll see. Those sales numbers are from an unreliable source. Yes. And if anybody claims I've been inconsistent, they're being dishonest, which many people do that. They just make things up and lie about me in their content because they're just not good people. I have been very consistent in this. When the Alinea Analytics numbers hit for Marathon, I said, those guys have been incorrect in the past. I'm not going to cover that. And then we only covered it because the sales numbers for Marathon were corroborated by Paul Tassi from Forbes, who said he was told by his contacts at Bungie that those numbers were accurate. That is the only reason we ran with those numbers. They have historically been very inaccurate. They said that Yote was selling slower than Tsushima, false and incorrect. And now they're saying this thing about Sorrows. We won't know until we know. If it sold slower, if it's undersold, so be it. That's a bummer. And hopefully, PlayStation didn't have expectations that were unreasonable for the game, given the genre and the price and, what happened with Returnal. But right now we have no concrete information. We have an inconsistent analyst company that is only celebrated by people when it aligns with their narrative, and they'll ignore it when it doesn't. Which means you should ignore these people because they're inconsistent hypocrites. People who follow them are the same mindset, maybe. They're people who have no life, nothing better to do. It'll run at 60 on the PS5 Pro, 30 to 45 on the base PS5, says Christopher Burnett. Yeah, I mean, the 60 FPS conversation, for GTA 6 has been going on for a while. I would say the common theme has been that people cite like their games from an era ago. I don't necessarily know if that can be deterministic or informative of what they would do today. I don't know how informative that is. I think initially their outlook on a game like this was probably not concerned with 60 FPS because it's been in development for so long. But I also think that there's a case to be made that the market's shifting and that 60 FPS is becoming more important, and that 30 FPS is a bit of a blemish on any game, especially in 2026. And so my hope would be that they did their best to get it close to that, at least on the base consoles. It'll probably be pretty inelegant. But, yeah. Look at the way the employee described the sales on his page. He went off percentages of the game selling less. Felt like he was baiting with his take. He got really defensive and obviously was replying to people that were kind of calling him out. And I don't know. I found the whole thing to be a little bit suspicious. I was like, the way the way he was kind of defending their methodology and how they do things over there, I was like, yeah, I don't think these numbers are that reliable. I just don't. You know, I won't be surprised if when the earnings call from Sony hits, they're like, yeah, Saros performed, you know, as good, if not better, than Returnal. It won't surprise me in the least. It would just be really, really weird, you know. And listen, I will be shocked and I will also be disappointed, and I won't shy away from covering it. I'll be shocked and disappointed if, you know, Saros didn't outpace Returnal because there's more consoles. Now, I don't think that they do that to every single game. I don't think they're like, well, you know, there were 10 million consoles in circulation when Returnal dropped. There's now 90 million, right? I don't think they're going to go to Saros and say, you need to sell 9 times more copies. I think that that's a ludicrous expectation. That's why I think the attach rate conversation, as I said yesterday, has to be one of the just dumbest and most ignorant conversations that there is. It's put forth by people who don't know what they're talking about. But I will say, I do think that there's a general expectation that with more PlayStations in circulation, you will sell more copies. Not that it'll be a 1-to-1. You know, there's 9 times as many consoles in circulation. I don't think that means they expect Saros to sell 9 million copies after a year because Returnal sold 1 million after a year. Like, that math wouldn't math. It's not going to have that level. Didn't Colin say it sold bad yesterday? He later on qualified and said if it sold bad. He qualified it because we don't know right now. All we have is Alinea Analytics, and they've been inconsistent. He wasn't saying that he had heard or had a report or had numbers. He was going off of the same thing everybody else is going off. And I did the same thing. I said, listen, I mean, if that's it selling worse, it didn't sell as well, you know, so be it. I don't think PlayStation expected it to sell as well as a Yote or a God of War. So I think the original post got community noted as well. I mean, there was the one that deserved a community note, and it was the one that said, you know, it was the one based on the downloads. That one was ridiculous. It was like, it was available for download for like 1 day. Maybe 3 if you include like the collector's edition pre-order or the deluxe edition pre-orders. Let me see, because I quote tweeted that one and kind of called it out. No, Push Square doesn't have a community note. It probably should, but it doesn't. Let's see here. We do have an ad read, as I said, for stream categories incompatible with the campaign. I have to be in the category to read the campaign? Get the heck out of here. All right. We'll have to go back. I don't like that they're doing this. Like the payout on these is it's awful lot of headache. Awful lot of headache for this. Okay. If they expected Saros to sell as well as Yote, that'd be silly. Yeah, I don't. Much of the argumentation is put forth by bad faith actors that are not intending to have a good faith conversation and debate about games and sales and expectations. They're just, you know, tribalist people that want clicks. That's what's pushing it. It's not being pushed by, you know, intellect, logic, facts, or empirical data. It's put forth by buffoons. Sidebar, I think the update that Embark considered the release of 6 in November, among other things. What update are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about the update in Arc Raiders? Crafting, kicking, and screaming right now on those payouts. Do you think the bad faith actors can have a big effect on PlayStation sales long term? No. The only thing the bad faith actors influence are what I would consider to be, in the grand scheme of things, a pretty small group of people within the gaming sphere that likes to consume tribalistic content, that likes to consume, you know, trollish console warring. Like, they think it's funny, they think it's cool, they think it's whatever, right? So we were running a channel skin for Angry Birds 2. They're doing something with this game. So this is sponsored by them. Okay, so there's different powers, there's different action now, and So this is again sponsored by Angry Birds 2. Now, I've not played it in a long, long time. My kiddos, anytime they played it, loved it. I always enjoyed the classic. It'd be really, really cool for them, to kind of return to the classic. So right now, they want you to download Angry Birds 2. So if some of you are still playing Angry Birds 2, you can download it right now. There's a limited time Subway Surfers crossover event, and you're supposed to collect as many Subway Surfers exclusive hats to power up your birds. So the event ends on the 22nd of May. So you have between now and the 22nd of May next week to do that. Okay? So that is the message. That is what they are doing. And so I remember whenever I played those games, I really enjoyed them. So if you're still playing, this event runs starting today until the 22nd. I used to play the classic one, and then they came out with the Star Wars one, and that one was really fun. And then my kids kept asking to borrow my phone to play the Star Wars one. So I took it off my phone because I got tired of them asking to play Angry Birds 2. So be careful. It's a fun game, but maybe your kids are going to ask to play it an awful lot. So yeah. So thank you again to Angry Birds 2 for sponsoring this segment. We've been getting these sponsored segments on Twitch. It's just it's like a channel skin and an ad read. It's a great way to get a little bit of a sponsored thing from them. It doesn't require you guys to do anything. So thank you so much for being here and watching and enabling me to get those opportunities. Sounds like the perfect game to play while we wait for GTA 6. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're waiting for the GTA 6 news. So if you guys are just tuning in, the GTA 6 pre-order got leaked. I don't know if you've seen this yet, so I'll catch you all the way back up. So basically, this is what happened. There is a marketing agency called Impact. They emailed their affiliates and said, hey, there is a pre-order campaign that is starting on May 18th and running from May 18th to the 21st. Now, May 21st is when the Take-Two earnings call is. Okay? So they are going to be, I think, running this campaign in pre-orders and trying to get affiliates to push the link starting on Monday. So I believe that this coming Monday, May 18th, is the GTA 6 pre-order day. And that, I think, is the lead up to the earnings call. So I do think the GTA 6 trailer 3 is going to land either tomorrow, and it'll just run all weekend promoting pre-orders on Monday. And then, or they'll drop GTA 6 trailer 3 on Monday and say pre-order right now. I found unreleased clips of 5 characters in the something key at Rockstar Games. Is this something new? I'm not sure what you're referring to. The vids are coming. I don't think so, Fuzzy. I think when a game like that's an undeniable success and it makes that much money, I think especially one that was kind of warring with a corporate overlord, I think people are going to have to figure out a way to be thankfully it's not, right? Because they all got very angry at the one screenshot of the girl from Subnautica 2 and tried to as these people do, they claim something is woke based off of, basically nothing, based off of a screenshot of a character. So I wouldn't be surprised if they steer clear of it. I would not be surprised if they steer clear of it. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if any of them really made videos about Slay the Spire 2, even though Slay the Spire 2 had people downvoting. I don't know if the typical bad actors and grifters decided to make videos about it. So we'll see. Yo, what's good, Dan? Mystic Ryan as a guest would be amazing. I've said this very many times. You guys make requests for me to have people on. Networking is incredibly difficult now on Twitter. Many people have their DMs closed because it's been overrun with bots. If their DMs are open, they likely will never see the DM because DMs are overrun with bots. So that has been a consistent problem. With trying to get people on the show. So We appreciate if you guys have inroads, if you're in Discords, if you know, if you're in their streams, or you can tweet at them or whatever, just say, hey, you know, this guy just had on Rahul Kohli and Colin Moriarty. You know, you should go on his show. That's something that you guys can obviously assist me with, because there's only so much I can do, you know, in a given time frame. The leak says 18th to the 21st. Not that pre-orders drop on the 18th. They could drop on the 19th, 20th, or the 21st. That would make absolutely zero sense for pre-orders to drop the day of the earnings call. It would also make zero sense to have a pre-order campaign marketing thing through a marketing agency starting before pre-orders go live. That wouldn't make any sense at all. The pre-order campaign that got leaked is likely the 18th to the 21st, because they want every affiliate, every person with a computer pushing, promoting, and telling people to go pre-order the game in that span of time before the earnings call happens. That would be my guess. Twitter X is the worst DM experience on the web. They're trying to fix it. It's now like encrypted, and you gotta like put in a pin anytime you're gonna use it. It is better than it once was, but yeah, it's pretty frustrating how poorly it runs. I agree. GTA 6. GTA 6 got to run 60 FPS on the Pro. What about Dan Hauser on the show? Some of these names are like sort of familiar to me. He's done interviews recently, right? He's like a former Rockstar guy. Again, I don't have an inroad to contact a lot of these people. I don't have an agent. At one time I did have an agent, and it made a lot of this a lot easier. So we're not quite at the level of getting an agent again. You got to be, you know, quite a bit bigger to get an agent. So when we got an agency, you know, we were a bit of a hot ticket item back then, and we were kind of living large, and it was good. It was a good time, but we've not really quite built our way back to that point. Rockstar founder, Hauser Brothers. Yeah. I've not followed Rockstar and GTA for a long time. I know a lot of people know more of the history and more of the people involved. I did a GTA 5 sponsored stream back in the day when I was a Destiny streamer. It just didn't really fit within the purview of what I pretty much streamed every day, which was Destiny. So when you're a single game coverage content creator, it's difficult to play other games. And that's what I basically did for 5 years. Is all I did was play and cover Destiny. So, snap, we're having Danhausen on. I mean, somebody is suggesting that we have him on. I don't have a way of getting those types of interviews. I appreciate the suggestion, but I'm not in a position to be able to really reach out to a lot of these people. Scalpers are going to snatch up any collector's edition physical copies. Not Denhauser. That's what they originally put in chat. I think somebody just did a typo. And thank you to all the people that are leaving comments on the Colin Moriarty interview and the Rahul Kohli interview. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all the love and support. Nice shirt. Thank you. No, it wasn't a typo. Danhausen's a pro wrestler. Oh, Dan Hauser. Oh, you guys were misspelling it initially, or you were joking around about having on a wrestler. I totally didn't catch the joke. You're asking me about people that I'm not familiar with. The original name that I looked up was the Rockstar guy, though. And then somebody else put in a name that's similar, but a completely different person, and I just didn't catch the joke. Interviews the last couple of days have been amazing. Thank you. I didn't even plan for it to go that way. Colin was supposed to be on last week. We were going to have him on Tuesday, and then we were really worried that GTA 6 was going to do their thing on Tuesday. So I was like, hey, let's do Wednesday. And his wife handles all of his scheduling. She's like, okay, perfect. And then she circled back a day later and was like, we actually are going to need to bump this to next week, same time. That, you know, he has a prior engagement that Wednesday. And I was like, okay. And so it got bumped to that to the following Wednesday. Well, when that happened, I did not know that Rahul Kohli was going to get back to me and say, "Oh, hey, I can do it tomorrow." Like he literally got back to my DMs and was like, "Oh, hey, you know, I can do it tomorrow." And I was like, "Sweet." And then it just happened that we basically did back-to-back days with that second segment being a pretty exciting interview. So. I really enjoyed the Colin interview. Thank you. He said he was open to coming back on. I think it would be fun to find a topic, a game, or something where we could do more disagreeing and sparring, because we agree on so much that, like, I wouldn't want more shows to just be essentially that. You know, he saw some things differently than me, but nothing that significant. And it was like, it'd be fun to almost intentionally pick a topic that we disagree on. I think that would be really, really fun. So, or a game or something, you know, I think that would be that'd be rather enjoyable. Discord went crazy yesterday. Little bit. Back and forth sounds like great content. Yeah. Both interviews felt more like really good conversations and less like interviews by number. Well, and I think that's probably why, like, Rahul really enjoyed it. He talked about how, like, he was so glad he didn't have to answer all the typical questions that he usually gets. And then the one with Colin, again, I just wanted to make it more of just like an opportunity to kind of like get to know each other. Like, let's go buckshot here, big picture, what's going on in the industry. And if there was, like, you know, some solid chemistry and some, you know, some just a natural being able to converse with someone like that. Like, sometimes it just flows. Well, then we can do future stuff where maybe it's like maybe more one topic, more narrow topic, with the goal of, like, you know, maybe just, you know, disagreeing. Lona wants a good debate, and I'm all for it. Trill says, I finally got what I wanted. Yeah. I saw a lot of you were really, really excited because you were like, man, I've been waiting for this for so long. Because a lot of you guys have been following him and me for a while. So that's understandable. I remember during the Activision Blizzard coverage, people kept coming in and they were like, you sound just like Colin Moriarty. Do you watch him? And I was like, I don't know who you're talking about. Because when you only cover Destiny for 5 years, like, I just wasn't familiar with anybody in the industry. I was familiar with very, very few people in the industry. So, if you guys are just tuning in and you're curious about the GTA 6 pre-order leak, it looks as though the pre-orders are going live on Monday. This has been corroborated by Game Informer. The emails are, in fact, genuine. There was a marketing agency that sent emails to their affiliates. There's a GTA 6 pre-order campaign that will be running from May 18th to the 21st. So that is this Monday, and the 21st is when the Take-Two earnings call is. So there is some type of a pre-order campaign running through market affiliate companies, and it starts on the 18th and runs to the 21st. Seemingly, they want people pre-order the game in that window of time. That also could be when the trailer goes live. I think the trailer could also maybe go live tomorrow in the morning so that it cooks over the weekend. So we're going to kind of keep our eyes on the prize here. We may end up having to do a stream tomorrow where we just kind of wait to see what happens. I am doing the round table tomorrow with Ginger Prime. King David will also be there from Iron Lords. So make sure you guys are there for that. And we appreciate you guys supporting the channel and hitting the likes. You got us to 300 likes. That's just absolutely incredible. Another huge day for coverage here. Lots of stuff going on and seemingly kind of heating up right before we kind of leave, which is fine. It'll kind of calm down again and then heat up right back again late May, early June. We cover showcase season very intentionally. We will do co-streams. We will try to get some interviews. There are some developers we may be able to talk to. We have a couple connections we might be able to lean in on. Yeah, everybody buy Subnautica 2 today. Screw crafting. Buy that game. And they're kind of cruising right now on the Steam charts. It's absolutely crazy to see. Like almost 500,000 people are playing the game, which means it's doing very, very well. Forgot my internet went out. You're behind now. Oh, that's no good. Nothing like internet outages to take the wind out of your sails for a day. Is there anything in particular you're hoping Rockstar to nail? Driving physics, story, gameplay? I'll answer the question for myself. I'm actually hoping that the story is really good. And beyond the story being really good, I want the gameplay and performance to feel like a modern game. Like, it would be really disappointing if, performance and gameplay felt dated, if it felt, stuck. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But that's kind of my hope, is that they ascend. I need the game to match these trailers. Not when I say match, I don't mean like it needs to look exactly like this. I need to see beads of sweat on beer bottles, and I need performance to be perfect. I didn't know. But I do think that the level of, excellence and production that is in this trailer, I want the game to deliver that. I want the world and the city to feel alive. I want the game itself to deliver on what many people are kind of hoping to see and hoping to happen. So, yeah. Images leaked showing the next Xbox Cloud Gaming controller. This leaked image of the black Xbox Cloud Gaming controller. They look a little funny. I mean, I'd have to see them more three-dimensionally instead of just lying flat and see them in like somebody's hands. They look a little weird. So. Cities always feel alive. Don't worry about that. 40 better than 30. I don't know. I mean, I think any performance struggles are going to be hard to take, given a game like this. Like when you have a large area in a large city, if the game's not performing well, I mean, that's a huge bummer. So if it's 30 FPS, blame Rockstar for making a CPU heavy game when they know the CPUs in these consoles aren't the best. Also, blame Mark Cerny for putting weak CPUs into the consoles. I mean, okay. Playground Games has been delivering hit after hit for more than 10 years now. Yeah, I mean, you talk about consistency. I mean, this is pretty consistent here. Hang on, let me zoom out. I mean, basically from Forza Horizon 3, right? 91, 92, 92, 92. I mean, Forza Horizon 4, 5, and 6, all at 92s. That's consistent AF, dude. That's like every single time. They're like, yep, just 92. That's our favorite number. I mean, that's consistent, boys. It's like, well, that's 3 games. We've got the exact same score, I agree that would be on Rockstar. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into that weird debate where people are like, the consoles suck or the console, the force sort of the console gen's been disappointing. I'm not going to try and convince somebody to be happy or satisfied with the console gen. But I will say this. Plenty of other studios have figured it out just fine. So, if it's not a priority at the company and you don't build your game around that being a priority, turning around and being like, well, it's the hardware's fault. Okay. There's only so much these CPUs can do. If it's 30 FPS, you can't go blaming Rockstar. Okay. It's not the dev's fault. Okay. That's your position. I don't agree with it. I don't align with it. Devs are the more primary, they're the more primary causality of a game's issues and troubles or optimization. So, I don't agree with your position. You're free to think it. You're free to do whatever kind of blaming you want. That's your prerogative. I don't agree. So, yeah, I don't want to belabor the point and just spend most of the day off topic. I'm going to be honest with you guys. We usually, end around 1, sometimes 2. So about 30 minutes early. I think we've covered this as extensively as we can. I don't think anything's going to happen today. I also don't want to belabor the point if we have to kind of wait around for the trailer tomorrow and then potentially wait around for the trailer on Monday or react to it on Monday or tomorrow. I don't want to overstay our welcome here and do too much coverage on the same topic. That's just kind of the nature of variety gaming news. When something's red hot, you're going to cover it more than other things. So you guys are going to start tomorrow pretty much where you did last week. Last week we started at like 207, and you guys rallied and got it to 500. If you guys want to extend the stream, I'd be happy to. I'm going to leave that up to you, though. We'd have to at least be on pace for yesterday to justify it, to keep going. If not, we would need to go to Green Room. So I can give you guys a little bit of time here to try to rally and get us back onto a stronger pace for tomorrow and get us to 300. That would require quite a bit of people to go crazy, but I don't like rug pulling on you guys super early in the day. We typically do go until about 1 o'clock. So I'm happy to give you guys, somewhere between 15, 30 minutes here. If we start to get some momentum, I'm happy to extend and just keep hanging out with you guys and keep hanging out on the channel and just kind of looking at the news feeds and talking about other things or reacting to other things. I'm happy to do that. But again, I don't want to just kind of belabor the point and belabor the coverage. An hour and a half on this news story, I think, is a pretty solid piece of coverage. But I'm going to leave it to you guys. Let's see here. Console-only releases mean you are building the game to run on the console hardware. If you can't make your game run on the limited hardware for consoles, you probably shouldn't be making the games. Well, and again, it all comes down to priority. It really, really does. It all comes down to priority. If from the very beginning, your priority is that 60 FPS doesn't matter, okay? If that's that's your priority. Then you're not going to bake it into the game. You know what I mean? You're not going to bake it into the game. So if that's the case, then it doesn't really matter what the console's power is. It doesn't really matter what kind of CPU is in the console. If they don't make it a priority from moment one, then it's a moot point because, it's not a priority. There's been plenty of games that have done that. 24-hour stream stretch goal before you go out of town. I can't really do 24-hour streams because I'm just too old for that, but I'm happy to do like a subathon, member-a-thon thing on a day like today. I've got a certain hard stop I'd have to do, but we don't typically do that just because we do the weekly goal of, when you hit it, we do a Saturday stream with Madam. And we have her kind of react to gaming news and that sort of a thing. I'm buying GTA 6 twice because I'm definitely trying at the higher frame rate when it drops on PC. I actually think the window of time waiting for PC is going to be shorter. I don't think it's going to be a year. I think it's going to be more like 6 months. I do not think they're going to make you wait that long. I just don't think so. I think they're... Strauss Zelnick, seemingly indicated that they see a lot of value on the PC platform this time around. He spoke about it in a way that, communicated to me that they're gonna push for that. I think. I want to see a 3 a.m. Lono. There's just not a lot to justify that kind of coverage for me. It wouldn't be very enjoyable. Like, if people are going crazy and there is some kind of a crazy subathon thing where you guys just go bonkers and hit records and we're sitting here just cruising, like, I can obviously make exceptions, but it's really hard to justify that kind of content because it just ends up being very very tiring and very disruptive to my life and schedule. Like, I got a wife and kids. I'm happy to do fun events and fun things like that. We've done stuff like that before, but it just isn't as productive as it once was, given, a lot of the audience is also, worker lurkers that have normal lives that really wouldn't be interested in, like, watching me stream until 2 a.m. Austin says they are partnered with the modding scene for GTA 6. Modding carried GTA 5 for years. Yeah, they seem more interested this time around, kind of leaning into the modding and into the role playing. Yep, they do. So we can do the thing right now where every milestone we add a few minutes. So right now we're at 2:05. We're 20 away. You guys want to add some time to the stream? Happy to do it. Check your primes. Check your renewals. You can drop those gifted bombs. If you sign up on your own, we count them. We count those as double. If you sign up for a standard membership or Member Plus, we count those as doubles. They aren't partnered. They own. Yeah, that's true. They've not partnered with 5M. They bought them. Yeah. Like, they literally bought 5M, the primary GTA RP hub. Yeah, that's right. They're not partnered with them. That's right. They purchased them. Yes. Yeah. I haven't done a 24-hour thing since World of Warcraft, early Halo days. Yeah, it's hard. It's very, very difficult. We did a 24-hour stream once on purpose, and I was miserable about halfway through. And then we did some by accident, I think a 16-hour stream for a raid, and then there was like a 16 or an 18-hour stream for the Corridors thing. Yeah. I think PlayStation knows there's a couple million on PS4. And a VIP comes from Siege Master. He says, would you look at that? 53 month, thank you so much, Siege Master. I appreciate that. What was I going to say? Nothing today, trailer on Tuesday, pre-order Wednesday. No, I don't think so. I don't think you run a marketing campaign for pre-ordering Monday to Thursday, and then open up pre-orders on Wednesday. That, again, you've been making predictions today. I think you're just doing it for reaction. You're not making logical predictions. And a 10 bomb comes in from Siege, and a single comes in from Jay, and we're at 2:17. All right, let's do the timer thing. If you guys want to do it, let's do it. Extend the stream. So right now, I will set it for, let's see, what's today? Today's the 14th, and we'll set it for 35, set, start, boom. And that's not correct. There we go. Yeah, I'll give you a little bit more time. Hang on. There you go. 10 minutes. And we, I don't know, I forget what we did. What did we do in the past? Like milestones, add a certain amount of time, like every 25? Yeah, that's a terrible, that's so accurate. Who asked for 3 a.m. Lono? Yeah, that's terrible. So I owe you guys a member every 25. So at 225, I'll add, I think we did 5 minutes, didn't we? I think we did. Like every milestone was 5 minutes. What's in the Atari box? It was the Atari decanter. It came in that. Right? So what would that mean? To get to 500, you guys are at 2. Let's just say you get to 225. Minus 225. So the 275 divided by 25. 11. That'd be 55 minutes. Yeah, so that would mean if you guys get to the goal, you get extended the entire, the stream for an entire hour. Broken Earth is going to add to the total. Thank you so much, getting us to 218. And Broken Earth also does their Prime over there on Purple and says, let's go. Thank you for 6 months on Purple and appreciate that. Broken Earth also is going to gift another one over here and gets us to 220. We're a 5 bomb away from me owing you guys a member, and we'll add some time to the timer. We'll just extend the stream. We're just kind of hanging out, covering the GTA 6 situation, the pre-order leak. If you guys, in fact, extend here in the next second, I will go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll just keep it going. I'll even put the trailer 2 up. Right now this is trailer 1, but I'll put trailer 2 up. And then Joker Quinn is going to be the ruiner as he always does and gets 221. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, who's going to take the glory of the 5 bomb to extend the stream and grant me the option to take a break. Even when GTA Online is at its peak, people typically still look for an online secondary game to get into. Not a single Reforge Rose. That's right. Just a bunch of Starbucks cups. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Joker Quinn ruins the setup. You guys are supposed to ruin his ruins. Like when he ruins the setup, you're just supposed to do it anyway. Why give him the satisfaction? Troll the troll. You know? And a 5 bomb, Broken Earth does it. There it is. Boom. I know this guy because look at your podcast. So happy now I never looked into this. Do you agree with what he said? Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that guy. All right. Fine, I'll do it myself. All right, let me go to the timer. Quick set. So that would be, 12 minutes? There we go. I'm going to pause it. It's pause at 12. I'll be back in a second and we'll restart it. I don't want the timer going while I'm gone. All right, I'll be right back. Look at that. I'm back. Right on time. All right, there we go. Boom. All right. Okay, every milestone I add 5 minutes. So, check your memberships, and I'll also owe you guys a member, which I need to do that. Let me pay up right now. I owe you guys a member. Thank you guys so much for the support, for extending the stream. You guys are the absolute best. Broken Earth and Siege, making things happen here. Other people need to step up to the plate. You know, we've got like 10 homies that kind of cover the bases every week. Don't know if you saw this a bit ago, but Subnautica announced 1 million copies sold already. That's not surprising. Their numbers are absurd. Their numbers are absolutely absurd. If you guys are just tuning in for the GTA 6 news, the GTA 6 pre-order date has leaked. It has in fact leaked. It was leaked by a marketing company called Impact. And Impact emailed their affiliates and said that there would be a GTA 6 pre-order campaign running from the 18th to the 21st, and the 21st is the date of the Take-Two earnings call. So that is what we have right now. Now, the GTA 6 Trailer 3 could either launch tomorrow in the morning, I think is a very good possibility, or it could launch on Monday and just say, hey, pre-order right now. Hang on a second. No, I'm good. So, and we're running something right now where I'm kind of ready to call it, but you guys can do membership renewals or gifts to extend the stream, and every 25 we can add time. You got 9 minutes before we're going to call it. I didn't want to overstay our welcome, but there is some stuff going on out here in the gaming news world that we could react to and pull up and talk about. Going to need a little bit of momentum in order for that to happen. We've already done a show prior to this show as well today. We covered the Forza Horizon 6 reviews. Gandalf with 46 months. Let's add it to the total. Sharing my auto renewal exactly when I intend to, so I am never late and I am never early. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Legit Gaming Leaks has leaked a brand new leak for you guys. GTA 6 Trailer 3 will be playable on the PlayStation 4. They're getting a little cheeky now with their leaks. That's like, wait a minute. Oh, I get it. The trailer. Ha, ha, ha. Let's see here. We got leaked images of an Xbox Cloud controller. Learn how a bad traffic jam brought Sorrow's protagonist Arjun Devraj to life. Watch the new behind-the-scenes documentary. Oh, I'll have to watch that later. Here you go. Thank you, Lone Wolf. I appreciate that. Reforge thoughts on GTA 6 pre-order close to Forza Horizon 6 release. Will it kill the hype for Forza? I mean, anybody's going to get hurt by GTA 6. Anybody. Not just Forza. You know? Not just Forza. So, you know, it certainly, with the cars and the vibe, you know, there's a little bit more of an adjacency to it. It's not like a fighting game or something. So, yeah. Everybody's going to get affected by GTA 6. So certainly right now, with the review embargo dropping for Forza and all the hullabaloo that's about to happen with GTA 6, it certainly is going to kind of blot out the sun a little bit. It's an eclipsing title, you know, and there is certainly more to be said with respect to, like, you know, when you're releasing and when you're launching. So Forza does have that in its corner. Khaled with 53 months and a member plus adds to the total, gets us to 228. You guys have a dwindling timer here. I'm 6 hours into Saros. Fantastic game. The game screams for mouse and keyboard support. One small note so far, I think the guns diversity in Returnal is better. Oh, I agree with you. The guns are cooler and more diverse in Saros. Saros went for an increased amount of action, movement, projectiles, and bullet ballet, so it has to lean a little bit more on auto hit. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Looking at the news feeds here. Forza is not PlayStation Day 1. Stone Spire's going to gift a member. He believes that this can be extended. Thank you so much, Stone Spire. And he gets us to 229. He's probably going to do one more. He's hoping to bait the 20 bomb. He meant Returnal. Oh, what did I say? Sorry. I'm getting distracted reading my screens and looking at different things. I say the wrong game names all the time. There it is. 230 members on the week. We are 20 members away. From extending. We'll see if anybody takes the bait. Yeah, I don't know. That controller, Paul, I tend to agree with you. That controller is, yeah, that's rough. Halo Campaign Evolved is not showing up on PS5 shelves in GameStop. It's a surreal moment that highlights just how much gaming landscape has shifted. Win or capitulation? Oh, it's now showing up on the PS5 shelves in GameStop. Okay. Now, show it. All right, hang on. It's like they let AI design it. You know what? I don't want to show it. I don't like showing leaks like that. They could get mad. I don't know. I'm a little more hesitant to show stuff like that on a stream. Like a blog can get updated and get edited. You know? A blog can get updated and edited and they can like pull it out. Like remove it, I mean. Like that's not as easy in a stream. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it for that. They can get a little finicky about stuff like that getting shown early. Yeah. It's on X. Yeah, the ugly cloud controller. Yeah. Yeah, leaked on X. All right, you guys got 3.5 minutes. We didn't want to belabor the point, but I was giving you guys the option to extend the stream. Stone Spire set it up with the 20 bomb bait. I'll owe you a member, and we'll extend. I tell you what, I'll even extend further. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough. That might be too stingy. If you guys hit every milestone, I'll add 10 minutes instead of 5. That might be too stingy. I'm looking at the feeds now. See if anything else is going on. I think everybody's going to clamp down and go quiet because of this GTA 6 thing. The pre-order thing has everybody basically waiting for that they're just waiting for that trailer basically. I think that's what it is. I think the GTA 6 trailer 3 has just got the news cycle in an absolute stranglehold. And a 20 bomb from Silent Spartan. He always comes out of nowhere and saves you guys. There it is. That gets you guys 23 minutes. No, 13. I'm an idiot. I can do math. There it is. I said 10. We'll add 10. We'll add 10. Every milestone. I owe you guys. Remember, this guy extends it again. Listen. You guys, this guy unlocked the stretch goal this last week for y'all, and Madam had to play Destiny 1. And this week, the stretch goal is a double header. Madam and I will play Directive 8020 on Friday night. That'll just be gameplay. No gaming news. We'll jump right into gameplay, and we'll play that game for you guys. I think that'll be a blast. And then Saturday will be the gaming news segment where Madam reacts to gaming news, as well as she'll continue her journey in Destiny 1. So if everybody bands together, it's easy work. Singles and 5 bombs add up very, very quickly. And thank you, Silent Spartan, for extending today. When is GTA 6 Trailer 3 coming out? I believe it will either be tomorrow morning, because they're going to want to let it run over the weekend and get everybody ready to pre-order on Monday, or they'll just drop the trailer on Monday that'll say pre-order right now. I think either is a possibility. I don't necessarily think they're going to drop GTA 6 Trailer 3 over the weekend. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, dude must be playing GTA already in real life, Robin Banks. GTA Trailer 3 Monday. Right after that, the pre-order release drops. Probably. I will be able to cover that. We will be able to stream Monday. That is something I will be able to do. That is something I am willing to do. So we appreciate you guys being here today. And just hanging out and discussing and even extending. Right now, what we're doing is every 25, I owe you guys a member. And what the frick are you doing, bro? Silent Spartan is a maniac with a 50 bomb on YouTube. He's been bringing the heat over to Twitch, and he decided instead today to bring it to YouTube. And that's going to be 20 minutes. So that's going to up the ante to 33. There it is. It's 10 minutes for every 25. Jiminy Christmas, brother. You guys better spam some farty bombs in chat. That's what my son calls 50 bombs, because he's 10. Just unbelievable generosity from Silent Spartan. This guy needs a tag team partner. Somebody or a bunch of you need to try to rival this man. You guys need to try to rival this man. He does it all on his own some weeks. Let's see some rivalry here. Let's see Twitch get involved. A bunch of you could band together and outspend him today. You could do it. Just letting him have all the glory week after week. He'll come in here on Saturdays and do that. He will. He'll just strut in here on Saturdays and be like, oh yeah, you guys need a stretch goal? Boom. And Keems comes in and renews for 27 months. Thank you so much, Keems. That's a lot of months. That is a lot of months. Joker Quinn, the ruiner, a little too slow. The renewal ruined it. It's 302. Joker Quinn's like, I'm doing my part. It's true. It's true, you are. Here, let me lower the member count in the thing so the timer's not like covering my face so much. And a 50 bomb! Kev Dance says, say less! And he's going to go toe-to-toe with Silent Spartan with a 50 bomb to 350. That's another 20 minutes. What does that take us to? That takes us to 53. You basically just pushed us back an hour. Jiminy Christmas. You guys are insane. Now, I'm going to fair warn you on this incentive today. I do have a hard out at like 5 o'clock, which is like 4 hours from now. You've extended it by about an hour. So just letting you guys know ahead of time. I don't want to rug pull on you. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. And we love you, and this stream is only made possible by people directly supporting. But I do have a hard out at 5 p.m. We have some kiddos coming over that we're helping to watch, so I will not be able, to avoid that. Came back to a 50 bomb, multiple 50 bombs, and Paul is going to help with the prime on purple. Thank you so much, and gets us a 353. Why am I not green? You have to be a member to be green. So thank you so much, everybody who is here and green with the joystick. That means you're supporting the channel directly, or someone else supported the channel directly and gifted you a member. If you can support the channel for $5 a month, you get a badge, emotes, and you get access to our Discord. If Fable comes out this year, says Hidden Zero, it's going to flop. I mean, I don't like to decry a game that harshly this early, but I do think Fable is likely getting delayed out of this year. I said that it wasn't going to launch last year. Everybody insisted it was. And a 50 bomb comes in from Silent Spartan, and he says, I'm not doing this. You're not beating me. He says 403 on the week. And a Member Plus renewal from Leo. Thank you, Leo. 80/20 spooky jump scare vibes. Boom. There it is. If you guys can get the stretch goal, that's insane after the week we've had. It was a slow start, but you guys are coming in hot today with Kev Dance and Silent Spartan going toe-to-toe. Silent Spartan is now sitting at 120 members by himself today, and Kev Dance matched one of his 50s already. We'll see if the rest of you jump in the fight as well, or you're just going to let these two titans duke it out. Thank you so much. If you guys have hit subscribe or like today, thank you as well for that. Hitting like is free, and it does help the video, so consider hitting like. Try to get us to 400 likes as we have extended the stream once again. That is another 20 minutes. And what does that take us to? How many minutes? That would be 73 minutes. Set, start, go. Big up, gifters. Appreciate you. And a $2 super chat tip says, you missed my single after Joker. My bad, Jay. Let me add it now. Boom. 405. We're exactly 20 away from the next milestone. Every milestone, I owe you guys a member, and I add time to the stream. We're just going to extend the stream today because there's not much else going on. GTA 6 has the news cycle in a dadgum stranglehold. The trailer is either going to drop tomorrow. If it doesn't drop tomorrow, if it doesn't drop tomorrow, it'll drop Monday for sure. The pre-orders go live on Monday for all intents and purposes. For as good as we can tell, I think that's a pretty locked in prediction that we can make today after all that we've heard. Did you see the tweet about the GTA 6 bundles? Which tweet? From Detective Seeds? No, I did not see that. He says, also, any worry about GTA 6 being delayed again should be put aside. People have access to GameStop back-end SKU details, should be able to see bundles showing up soon. Yeah, so he's saying bundles should be showing up soon. Oh my gosh. Is that real? You are insane. You're not real, Silent Spartan. You are not real. This guy just dropped 200 members on Twitch. I don't have a button for that. I don't have a button for 200. I have a button for 100. What in the world? I don't even understand how you're able to do that. You are an absolute maniac. Silent Spartan, with just an absurd amount of generosity to you guys, he basically has made the stretch goal extremely doable, extremely possible. I don't even know how many minutes that is. What is it? It's 8 times a 10, right? So it's 200. Every 25, I'm supposed to add 10 minutes. So if we take that, that's 8, right? Yeah, that's 8. That's 80 minutes. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. Let me go to the timer now, and that's 153 minutes. 2.5 hours. I should have kept it at 5 minutes. He's tired of Twitch losing. It's 234 to 222. Yeah, he's basically made it a contest. Drink some coffee, old man. No. I told you guys I have a hard out at 5 o'clock. Okay? I have a hard out at 5 o'clock. So currently, 2.5 hours puts us at 3:30. We're okay. We're okay. We're going to have to find something to do. I don't know. We're going to have to find something to do. I thought like a couple of people would drop. We did a couple of milestones. We'd go for like 30 minutes. Maybe an hour. This homie's like, no, you're gonna sit in that dadgum chair for 2.5 hours. Jiminy Christmas! I might actually go grab a cherry Coke and get a little mid-afternoon caffeine. Play Subnautica. That's just not my jam. I don't think I want to play Subnautica. Hard out sounds like an excuse of old men that get tired. No. Come on now. Listen, says Nova Hands. If I give 200 subs, I'm expecting you to show up in a dress and lipstick. Well, I mean, listen, there's other ways to admit your proclivities, Nova. I mean, you don't have to drop 200 members to let us know that's what you're into, bro. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Mouse PI gameplay? No, I don't want to do random gameplay. I mean, I think we need to let the trailer run and let the conversation kind of orbit around GTA. I mean, we could talk about a whole other, host of things. But I'm happy to do that. I don't want to be in the algorithm on YouTube being that well outside of the topic. We didn't do gaming news today. Like, this isn't like in the algo as a variety show, so we're a little stuck. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm happy to continue to kind of like orbit around circle GTA 6, and then we can kind of just talk about anything else going on. Subnautica is crushing it. If you didn't know, it's like they've already secured like 1 million sales or something insane. Today we found out Lona has a fear of the deep sea. I don't have a fear of the deep sea. I just don't know if I ever saw Subnautica and was like, oh yeah, that's a game for me. What was the other one that was like that? It was like Subnautica meets No Man's Sky, and it's like up above, skies forever. Skies, is that it? Yeah, that one didn't seem to call to me very much either. Review the crazy astrology theory. What's the astrology theory, Melissa? Is that one with GTA 6? Today we find out Lono has a fear of... I understand. What's that called? Fear of the deep, like not being able to see to the bottom of the ocean or something like the deep. Like it's not that it's deep, it's that you can't see. I think it's about not being able to see. Feed says, afternoon, everyone. Happy Thursday. Please hit that awesome like button. Thank you. Thank you, Feed. I don't know how Feed keeps dodging members on YouTube. I think it's because he watches on Twitch more now. Lono's like, I'm not gay, but 200 subs is 200 subs. I mean, I'm not going to wear a dress. Was the March leaks of the bundle PS5 Pro with GTA 6 coming back around? Here you go. Okay, hang on a minute. This guy, if we react to stuff, it needs to be GTA 6 stuff. Says, I spent 3 months charting the planetary positions for every Rockstar trailer drop since 2007. Trailer 3 is dropping Thursday, May 14th at 11 a.m. Eastern. Well, they were wrong. And Keeg with 5 months of members. Thank you so much. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. Let's go. Here, I'm just going to drop it by a little bit and start it. Right? Yeah, there we go. I forgot to start it. Hellfire, I see your message. What are you saying? Play Directive 8020. I heard the story will change your life. We'll be playing Directive 8020 on Friday night if you guys can manage to get the stretch goal, which it looks like that's well within reach now. We're going to do a doubleheader. But we got the leak. Okay, let me explain. So Saturn in Scorpio 7 rarely repeats. Pluto is in Sagittarius for 24 to 26 drops. 92% of the Chrono Neptune in Pisces. Okay. Lines and circles. Charts, dots, lines. More charts. More stuff, colors, and there you go. There's the theory. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. This guy says, I pulled out all the timestamps of the confirmed 26 Rockstar reveal events. Pluto was in Sagittarius for 24 of the 26 drops. Neptune has been in Pisces for... Okay, I'm done. I don't want to get a nosebleed. Okay. I agree. Do you think what massive corporation like Microsoft truly understands the delicate nature of creativity when it comes to game dev? I mean, we talked about that a little bit yesterday with Colin Moriarty. I mean, he's kind of in a similar camp as me. That like Microsoft's just bad at creative work. Like it's just not their wheelhouse. You know, it's not their wheelhouse. That's just the facts. Legit Gaming leaks. We got a brand new Legit Gaming leak right now. Just happened. GTA 6 Trailer 3 will have audio. You heard it here first. If you didn't see that tweet, you heard it here first. There you go. It will have audio. So credit where credit is due. We broke that story just now alongside Legit Gaming leaks. So be sure to hit the like button. Appreciate you guys so much. I actually owe a Firebomb to Purple. I should have done that when there was a hype train going on, and I didn't. Confirmed audio. There will be audio in GTA 6 Trailer 3. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Supporting the channel over there on YouTube. Try to get us to the next like milestone. And there, I'm all paid up over there on Twitch. Thank you very much. I just got here looking at star alignments for the GTA 6 release. We're desperate. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the guy made that post and was serious. It seemed like he was serious. I'm not going to read it, though. I read a little bit of it just for laughs. Marathon has said we're aware of an issue near the UESC dropship loot room after defeating the compiler. While moving through this area, you may notice a small section of the hallway appears blocked. This should not prevent you from reaching your loot or exfilling normally. This is a temporary fix to prevent an exploit, and a full fix will come in the future. Okay, there you go. Of all the random bugs to have. Well, it's not a bug. They're trying to stop people from doing that exploit that guy was streaming. So, Margin Begum says claim. What are you trying to claim? Are you trying to use like a claim command? I don't know why you would be using that. Or are you trying to get some information? If you want to know like what's going on with the claim and the story today. Are you caught up on YouTube though? Oh frick, I don't even know. What I think I probably just owe you guys a 5. I'm just gonna do a 5 bomb and call it even. I don't know. Let's just do that. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why they keep saying claim. Let me see how old their account is. They could be okay, 3 years. I was gonna say it could be some kind of a bot. Okay. There we go. We're gonna count that as all paid up. Oh my gosh. Silent, what the frick, man? You gotta chill. Another 50 bomb on YouTube gets us to 656. Jiminy Christmas. What is that? That's 2 more milestones, adding 20 more minutes. Boom. There you go. So that takes us, we'll be going until 3 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock now. I can't even yell. And a 50 bomb. I can't even do it. I don't want to hurt my voice. You're insane. Silent Spartan. You're an absolute maniac. An absolute maniac. I said, who's going to go toe to toe? And Kev Dance was like, say less. And it's like, I don't know, dude. You might not want to try. Homie's sitting on like 170 gifteds on YouTube and 200 on Purple. Like, there's no competing with that. I think even in some of his biggest days, we had a gifter that didn't come close to that. Silent Spartan's taking the crown. just absurd. Wired rope gifts a single over there on purple and says, take this. And boom. I think he's trying to claim a gifted. Yeah, you can't claim gifteds. It doesn't work here. Wired rope over there. He's like, yeah. He's swinging. He's swinging back. Swinging back on silent. He's like, I got you. Discover the first official licensed tabletop RPG set in the world of Tom Clancy's Division. Oh, cool. Such big damage, 94 for the stretch. Yeah, the stretch is within reach. You guys will probably get stretched tomorrow, I would imagine. Yeah. I would imagine. Yeah, you have to turn on gifteds to get gifted. I don't know if some people have gotten their gifteds toggled to off or something, because like some people just can't get them anymore. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on with it. Silent says, y'all better hit stretch tomorrow. I gotta run. Have a good one. Gee-mini Christmas. Somebody literally bat signaled that man to come in. They're like, yo, you got to come in and stretch this, man. He's gonna extend the stream today. He's like, all right, boys, that's it. That's it for me. I'm out. Jiminy. What are we doing for stretch? Doubleheader. Madam and I will play Directive 8020. And then Saturday, she'll continue her playthrough of Destiny. That's the goal. With me going out of town, I was like, let's try to have a huge, huge week, you know? I tried to sweeten it. We were like, it was like Tuesday going into Wednesday. And then Wednesday, and I was like, oh my, we're going to need some kind of a sweet incentive here. Madam says too busy. You're not too busy, mama. She's in the other room texting. How's that game going? Directive 8020. Let me see what the users think as opposed to the reviews. The reviews felt a little bit more tepid, but the weird thing was it felt like people were saying it was like repetitive compared to the other games. It doesn't have a good score on Steam, a 61%. Now that could be because of like performance or bugs or something. So let me check the PlayStation user score. The PlayStation user score is much better. It has a 4.2. It has an 84%. I don't know. It seems like it's doing fine. Other people are saying it's dull. It's too much like the older games or something. I don't know. I wonder if maybe it's kind of a hard year to release a game that's just sort of good. How is it reviewing? I think it landed in like the 70s, didn't it? Directive 8020 Metacritic. I think it landed in like the 70s, I feel like. 72, yeah. The Metacritic user score is like a bunch of malding weirdos who are claiming the game's woke, and they basically just take a screenshot of a character and claim that now. Yo, Pimptastical with the Prime, thank you so much. The Metacritic user score is worthless. It's just absolutely worthless. Autumn Mimosa says, whoever gifted me that membership, Big W Demand, thanks. Well, welcome on in. You get a badge, you get emotes, you get access to my members-only Discord, and we have extended the stream today because Silent Spartan came in and just lost his dadgum mind. So sick of everything being claimed as woke. Yeah. It's gotten to the point where I think it's just comical. It's just almost like, okay, haha, sure, yeah, so well. You know what I mean? Like, it's just become a bit of a joke at this point. I think we need to start making everything super woke. What are they going to do? Call it woke? Yeah. Yeah. Well, if they make everything super woke and then dial it down from there, they'll be okay. People are like, okay, it's better. You know what I mean, Zoom? Like, that's the ticket. That's how you do it. If I hear a complaint, my eyes perk up and it makes me think I will like the game. In this day, if someone says the word woke without sarcasm, your opinion could not be any more worthless. Yeah, you want woke, I'll give you woke. Yeah, you can't handle the woke. You won't be able to take it. It'll be too much. If you guys are just tuning in, the breaking story about GTA 6 is that the pre-order date has basically been leaked. It's going to be Monday the 18th as far as we can tell. GTA 6 Trailer 3 will either hit tomorrow. It'll either hit tomorrow or report. Yeah, community note. That's engagement bait. Stop it. People are trying to fake people out with the trailer on Twitter. That's engagement bait. The trailer will either drop tomorrow and get everybody super excited for pre-orders on Monday, or they'll drop the trailer on Monday, and basically then everybody can pre-order. So, thankfully, if the trailer doesn't drop tomorrow and we're looking at Monday, I will be able to cover that. Thankfully. I am out of town next week, but we got a slice of time there that I can use. So, yeah, my vacation, I was going to take the whole week off. But, yeah. Leaked in quotations. What would you call it? Give us your classification for a marketing company sending a campaign to their affiliates about a GTA 6 pre-order campaign that's going to run the 18th to the 21st. What would you call that, if not a leak? Yeah, thanks, Mama. I actually do. I do not want to top off. And no, it's 1 PM. I almost never drink soda. I'm all right for now. Thanks, Mama. Okay. Xbox needs a Halo game. No pun. ETC. When do we think the trailer is coming, says Kitty Cat? I think GTA 6 Trailer 3 either lands tomorrow morning and just cooks over the weekend and tells everybody basically, hey, pre-order this Monday, blah blah blah. Pre-order on the 18th. I think that's a high likelihood. GTA 6 Trailer 3 could also land on Monday and just say pre-order now. Either possibility, I think, is a completely reasonable possibility. I think both. It remains to be seen which strategy they take. You really think Best Buy flubbed and it got out? I'll run through it again. You might have missed it, so I don't want to be rude. It's easy to mishear or misunderstand. So I'm just going to repeat it. There's a marketing agency called Impact, and they emailed their affiliates and said, here are upcoming campaigns that you can do. They mistakenly included the GTA 6 pre-order campaign for their affiliates that begins on May the 18th and runs to the 21st. The Take-Two earnings call's on the 21st. It's been authenticated. This is a real email that went out. Insider Gaming was able to corroborate it. Multiple people corroborated that the email is in fact real. So Best Buy didn't send it. It was a marketing agency that sent it to their affiliates. So somebody just sent the email probably when they shouldn't have. Maybe. Like it should have hit Monday. So that's what happened. So no, I don't think this was like one of those. I know, and I think your suspicion about leaks is completely warranted. I think sometimes leaks are not real. They're manufactured to create organic excitement and hype because people think, oh, this leaked, oh my gosh, that makes it like more exciting. So I do understand your skepticism about leaks. I think that's actually totally fair to be skeptical because they're this happens all the time. They accidentally. Again, because it was Impact, which is a marketing agency, I think whoever was in charge of sending that email made a mistake. Yes, I think. So if you're not familiar with my coverage, I've said this very, very many times. When games get close to their marketing windows, that's when they become the most leaky. Because lots of people that are not at that company, interns, low-ranking employees, they start to get into proximity of the information, and that's when leaks happen. That's what this feels like to me. This feels like you've got an intern at Impact or somebody in charge of those emails going out. That's like no disrespect to people that have to do that kind of work. I'm not disrespecting you. That's low-level grunt work, sending out an email, right? Blasting your affiliates with an email. I've been in this business for a decade, and the people that do those jobs are usually very low-ranking. And it just slipped through. I think they just sent it when they weren't supposed to. Maybe they didn't get the memo. I don't know, but maybe they did it on purpose. Maybe the person at Impact thought this will be funny, because again, if you're a low-ranking employee, you're not really worried about the repercussions. The biggest piece of entertainment of the decade accidentally was sent in an email. I'm super skeptical. I'd assume guardrails. I don't think your skepticism is unwarranted. I don't think so. I think it's a fair bit of skepticism to have. But what are you asserting then? Are you asserting that this was manufactured by Rockstar? Or are you asserting that it's fake? Like, what's your position? So the marketing director wasn't aware of what was being written in the email? Well, the marketing director wouldn't have been in charge of this. Think about the chains of command that happened here. Okay. Best Buy's privy to the pre-order window. Best Buy then initiates with affiliate deals with partnership and marketing companies like Impact. So Best Buy engages Impact and says, these are some upcoming affiliates, affiliate things that we want to push. GTA 6 is going to be May 18th to the 21st, right? So Impact puts that in their pipeline, and then it hits the pipeline of a low-level employee that's sending emails. So it's going through multiple chains of command there. It's easy for it to slip out. Pause. But you assume there'd be enough red tape after all the leaks. I don't know how much red tape you can put around something like this. It's not a trailer. It's not a video. It's not a piece of the IP. It's a date for Best Buy. Do you see? You're not wrong, but I also think this is, again, as I said, the minute you start engaging with marketing companies in your ramp up, okay, the minute you start engaging into marketing ramp up, it's when the games get the most leaky because there's so many more low-level employees that get to see the information. Eric says, I work with Impact. I actually have a call with them at 3 p.m. I'm definitely going to bring this up. Impact hosts thousands of brands. That's right. They do. They host thousands of brands, from makeup companies to headphone companies to Best Buy to Lowe's to Home Depot. And somebody from Best Buy sent this over to Impact. Hey, here's the upcoming pre-order campaign we want to engage with you guys on. And then somebody in Impact put this in an email that got sent out. They could have just as big of a reaction by actually announcing it. Everybody would still be talking about it. GTA 6. Yeah, GTA 6 doesn't need to do some sort of guerrilla, astroturfing style of marketing where they face grassroots information being spread. They don't need help, is how I would put it. They don't need help, brother. Like, they don't got to play shenanigans with some kind of a, you know what I mean, manufactured fake leak thing. Impact now hosts 999 brands. Rockstar may bounce out. Rockstar doesn't work with Impact. This has nothing to do with Rockstar and Impact. Impact works with Best Buy. This was an affiliate link. So if you work at Impact and you have an affiliate link, right? Like, let's say I have an affiliate link with Logitech through Impact. I would give you guys the link. You go order Logitech, hardware, keyboards, mice, headphones. I get a kickback. That's all the affiliate link is. So if I have an affiliate link with Best Buy through Impact, I would be like, hey guys, go order this latest, game or PlayStation bundle or PC from Best Buy, and then I get a kickback on your order. That's literally all this is. It's that simple. It's the most simplest thing ever. And it was in an email, and people are like, oh my gosh, there's a pre-order window. And here's the thing. It doesn't even say that GTA 6 will be pre-orderable on that date. It simply says there's a pre-order campaign for GTA 6 starting on that date. Everybody's ready for Monday? Oh, yeah. This only helps Rockstar is all I'm saying. Not necessarily. I've engaged multiple people about this topic and from multiple different vantage points. And marketing campaigns and the strategy that goes into all of this is extremely expensive. It's methodical and it's planned out. And they frickin' hate leaks. They hate them. Marketing teams absolutely have a loathing for this sort of thing. They don't like it. The potency of surprise is weakened when something like this happens. Now, they're still going to get tons of money and they're still going to get tons of pre-orders, but I'm here to tell you, every single person that in this industry that I've engaged with on this topic has said no. They hate when this sort of thing happens. It is infuriating to them. Absolutely infuriating. They do not like it. How much help does the NFL need for the Super Bowl? Why would they spend $1 or 5 minutes on it? Right, like, I don't think this is something that they did in order to, like, oh, this will help us. We'll get some, like, organic hype about pre-orders. I don't think so. Now, I don't think they're, like, steaming, fuming mad about this, but they're probably also not very happy about it. It's my anniversary on the 18th. I told my wife she's so excited for me. I love how this woman supports my hobby. That's a good woman. Hell Let Loose Vietnam officially launches digitally on June 18th for PC, PS5, Xbox Series X. Why do I know that title? What is Hell Let Loose? Is it a shooter? It's like a war shooter, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Gandalf says, I can confirm as someone who is deep into the marketing in my organization, they loathe when stuff hits early. People get reamed if it happens. So many things are coordinated to drop at specific times. Solono is spot on. Yeah, something as simple as this, I think it probably puts their teeth on edge. They're like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, we planned this down to the minute. Like, we were going to have the trailer hit and the pre-orders and and then we got the earnings call, From a business perspective, do you think more people would pre-order if there's an early announcement or a surprise drop? I could argue it either way. I think that's a tough question to answer. There's something to be said about a surprise drop. Nobody wants to miss out. Everybody wants to be a part of the excitement, right? There's a scramble. Oh my gosh. You hear about it now and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll pre-order. It slips your mind. You forget. So instead of pre-ordering on Tuesday next week, maybe you pre-order on Friday. Well, that's after their earnings call. Do you see? They may have, and I'm coming up with this on the fly, so I could be incorrect, but I'm just throwing out a theory. They could have a vested interest in the surprise because the surprise creates momentum and excitement, and everybody wants to be a part of what's going on. So the pre-orders would be stronger. You find out like this on a Thursday, you're like, oh, cool, pre-orders start next week. You might pre-order it next week on Thursday evening or Friday evening. Guess what? You're not in the pipeline of revenue pre-earnings call. That's what they want. They want people pre-ordering this game before that earnings call. Because then Strauss Zelnick can say, early estimates have our pre-orders landing at X million customers. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, again, total theory on my part. I could be wrong, but there's something to be said for, what? The trailer dropped, we can pre-order now? And then everybody rushes to pre-order. You know what I mean? This takes some wind out of those sails. Millions of people are seeing, hearing, watching videos right now, hearing like, oh, they go live next week. Cool. Now, sure, a ton of people are going to pre-order on Monday because they're like, neat, I can finally pre-order the game. But again, Take-Two and Rockstar may look at this as like, are you freaking kidding me? We had this planned out to be a surprise. Too much water. That's good, Fuzzy. That's good. Am I taking crazy pills? We're talking about the most hyped game since Super Mario 3. If it's GTA 6, it will not have any effect. It's GTA 6. Who is undecided on pre-ordering? No, I'm not saying undecided, Zubair. I'm merely theorizing that there might be a more measurable amount of potency for people to pre-order when it's a surprise because they want to be a part of the moment and the excitement. When you find out on a Thursday that there's pre-orders, and today and tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, everybody's saying, yep, pre-orders go live. Pre-orders go live on Monday. Yep. They go live. You know, the potency of it goes down a little bit. So you might not pre-order on Monday. You know, you're like, yeah, I'm going to pre-order, but, you know, I'll wait. I'll do it Friday. I'll do it, you know, whenever. Yo, thank you, Hawk, for 13 months over there on Purple. I hear you, but it'd still be an exciting moment with people having countdowns in waiting rooms. You're not wrong. I'm just theorizing from a perspective of why Take-Two and Rockstar might be ticked off that this happened. Now, I could argue the other side of it. The other side of it is this will actually help pre-orders because people are like, oh, no way. Next week? Oh, man, I was going to buy Forza, or I was going to buy this game. You know, I was going to buy that game. I'm going to save my money now. I'm going to pre-order GTA. So it could help. It could. You know, set the money aside, especially finding out before payday. A lot of people might be like, man, I spent my money this weekend. See? No. That's why I said when you initially asked the question, it's a good question because I actually don't know the answer. I could argue it either way. I could put together a very compelling argument that Rockstar and Take-Two are furious. And they're like, no, the surprise was going to be more potent. It was going to create a clear sense of inertia and momentum. Everybody would be buying. Everybody would be pre-ordering. Now people are going to know about the pre-orders for 4 to 5 days beforehand. I could argue the other side just as compellingly and say people knowing 4 to 5 days beforehand is good for you because they can set the money aside or put a hold on video game spending to ensure they can be a part of the action next week. Like everybody wants to be like, yep, I pre-ordered it, dude. I was there day one. You know. When do they make the money for a pre-order? A pre-order digital game is immediate. Collector's editions are typically charged a week before shipping because it's an actual item that needs to be shipped. And I don't know, do they do that because the shipping rates might change? I'm not sure why they do that, but the collector's editions typically charge you like a week before shipping. But digital games, it's immediate. It hits your card immediately when you pre-order. So they can walk into the earnings call on Thursday and say, we already have estimates, this many pre-orders. So that's revenue on hand. I mean, obviously those people can refund, but I don't think they're concerned about that. Why pre-order GTA when you play a game you can play now? Well, too stoned to walk. You're thinking about it like logically, and there's no logic behind, pre-ordering something out of like the excitement. It's not a logical choice. Now, it could be a logical choice because you're not great with money and you want to lock that money in right now and pre-order it now so that for sure you're getting that game when it comes out. You know what I mean? You're not great with money. You overspend. You drink too much on the weekends. You party too much on the weekends. And you're like, you know what? I'm buying this now so I don't come up short when the time comes. There could be logic behind the decision. There also could be impulse behind the decision. Like, oh my gosh, I want to be a part of what's happening. Like, we are... we're emotional beings. We do very much throughout every day based on emotion. Gandalf says, marketing psychology says this is not a good thing. Don't give people time to talk themselves out of a purchase. By knowing about it now, they have time for their rational brain to kick in and talk them off the ledge versus dropping the trailer on Monday with the pre-order now at the end and folks ride the high to the impulse purchase. We're getting some pretty good backing to my initial thought on this from somebody that works in this industry, in marketing specifically. You don't want to give people time to critically think when you are targeting folks outside the rabid will buy anyway audience. I think Zubair is going to like this comment. This strikes me as something he's going to say, I hadn't thought about that. Like, that's a really good point. The conventional marketing wisdom would be you don't let them leave to talk about it with their spouse. You don't let them leave to think about it. You don't. ABC, always be closing. You don't want them thinking about it. And I think that's exactly right. It's GTA 6. There is no rational brain. I mean, with the average age of gamers landing where it lands, Zubair, I think many people will calm down and be rational. We're doing it right now. We have people in chat right now. They're like, why would you pre-order it? You can't play it for how many months? You're going to pre-order a game that comes out in 6 months? What the heck are you doing? And it's a numbers game, Zoob. It's a numbers game. Out of 1 million people, you're probably right. 850,000 of them are just like, give me it, I don't care. You've known about it for 4 days. I don't care, I'm still excited. There's 100,000 people in that group that are going to be like, yeah, it comes out in 6 months. I don't need to spend the money now. Any other game I wouldn't be saying this? Well, but there's a spectrum, Zoob. Within the market of people interested in GTA 6, there's a spectrum. There are people that are less rational about it, but I also think there's people that are less emotional about it. And dopamine still fades. Excitement and highs where? Yeah, Take-Two's stock has added $2 billion. Yeah. Yeah, I got in low. Back when it dipped way down, I got in. I grabbed about as much as I could within reason, because I was like, it's gonna hit this low because of the delay and everything. And then the year that everything starts ramping up, I knew their stock would climb way back up again. Some people don't have cash to shell out, says Novak. I'm sure a lot of kids are going to be asking their parents to pre-order it. This is when I wish we could gift frickin' members. You've been regularly here commenting for a long time. You know what I mean? Wish we could just add people. I'll chew on it a bit, but I'm not convinced any normal rules apply to this game. I think for the most part that's true, but I also think the law of large numbers, I think, helps me because there are so many people interested in this game. There's a big percentage of people that are going to calm down, the dust settles, the dopamine fades, and they're like, I don't need to pre-order right now. Like, there's so many people interested, I think it kind of works against what you're saying, Zubair. Like, what I'm saying is far more likely that there's a good percentage of customers that are just like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll wait. I've known about pre-orders for like 4 or 5 days now. I'm not nearly as excited as I once was. And, you know, I thought about it more logically now. I got 6 months to buy it. I can spend that money right now on another game. You know, I can spend that money right now on some pizza. Thank you so much, Jay. Getting us to 660. Thank you for that single gifted. I'm talking about from Rockstar investors' perspective. After they invested millions and waited on delays for years now, they want to see huge numbers on day one. Gandalf says, there's always multiple audiences and segments of your customer base. The rabbits, the early adopters, you don't have to do much there. It's more about the mid adopters that you're trying to convert earlier. Yeah. Yep. Kitty Cat says, from experience from a longtime GTA player, I do not recommend buying GTA 6 for your children for Christmas or whatever. Yeah, it's not a game for kids. Dorothy Bro says, I've definitely moved into the category of wait a year or two for the majority of games before buying them first time. There are some exceptions, but it works for me. Well, once you've waited long enough, you have such a backlog of games to buy, you're not sitting there starving for something new to play. I could spend $70 now and get Lego Batman and pre-order GTA later. Indeed. Invented in Kentucky, perfected in Tennessee, this bourbon. Old Smoky. No thanks. We don't drink Tennessee whiskey in this house, dadgummit. We drink Kentucky bourbon. It's God's country. I'm 100% going to get GTA 6 with the bonuses, but I'm not going to be pre-ordering until close to release. Anecdotal, but we have people here basically saying what I'm saying. You know? There's too many people interested for there not to be folks in there that are like, yeah, I'll wait. Good discussion either way. Good back and forth. Helps pass the time since you guys extended the stream by so much. What I'm wanting to ask, is KFC better in Kentucky or is it mid? I'm in PA. KFC is better not in America. Particularly, I know firsthand KFC is better in Korea. Food standards are better there. So, if you go to other countries where like their food standards are better and not so, not so poor, the food tends to be better. KFC is not noticeably better or different in Kentucky. It's better when you leave America, though. In Kentucky, they just call it fried chicken. Now, if you want good fried chicken in Kentucky, you have a couple of places you can go. There's some chains like Joella's and Lee's. There's places like that. Or you can go downtown. In Indies, they have the spicy potato wedges, which growing up we called those JoJo's. They have the spicy potato wedges that will absolutely smack you. They're so good. And they take your order from behind bulletproof glass. So now you know you're in the right place. And they have grape Kool-Aid on tap. That is the place that you go to for fried chicken in Louisville, Kentucky. No, we don't have a Gus's. Not that I know of. You go to Indies downtown if you want. if you want the good fried chicken. And you have to get the potato wedges. They're a little spicy. Well, depending on who's buying them. You might not think they're spicy at all. You might think they're just right. Place with bulletproof glass. I'm not kidding you. They're behind bulletproof glass when they take your order. Aren't all big fast food franchises better outside America? For the most part, yeah. Like Burger King and McDonald's and stuff are way better in Korea. Like our Korean friends move back there, and they're always floored at just how much better the food is in the fast food. The American fast food restaurants, the food is just so much better. It's unfortunate. It's better in Kuwait, too. Hilly says, let's go. That's not bad. It's a little blurry, Hilly, and the auto's messed up. Yeah, it tried to pull the auto. Yeah, I can see what it did. It pulled the Grand Theft Auto logo from the first thumbnail. You can see like the head cut out in the T and the O. And you can see her head cut out of the A and the U. That's not bad, though. That's not bad work. I made it, not AI. You know me. Yeah, I can tell you grab where you grabbed. I can literally tell where you grabbed the logo from. Burger King in South Korea is the best. Yeah, they've talked about that. Like they like to go to Burger King in South Korea. Like they love it. They say it's very good. That must be some amazing chicken. Well, the bulletproof glass isn't because the chicken's amazing, because the chicken is amazing, but the bulletproof glass is because it's in a not great part of town. It's just what you got to do. And you got to be careful going there. There's usually a crackhead sitting there right outside the door. You know, and he's typically harmless, but, you know, you get around folks like that are desperate and hooked on the bad stuff, they'll, you know, try to rough you up for a two-piece. Let me close and reopen this. Let me refresh this. But yeah, growing up, we had a pizza place that had the potato wedges, and they called them JoJo's. So I've always called them JoJo's. Tell you what, you know what that makes me think of? JoJo's makes me think of Grippos. I haven't had some Grippos in a while. That's some good stuff. Frogboy says, I seriously can't believe I leaked the pre-order date last night during my live stream. I forwarded to multiple journalists to review its authenticity. I saw the clip. I've seen other clips of you in the past that I didn't like. Talking about me. But I saw the clip. That was good for you. I was like, hey, I know this guy. You know? Just watching to see if I get a shout out. Well, I actually didn't do an official write-up for this show, so I just said it got leaked through an email, and then Insider Gaming authenticated it. So IG got the shout-out, sorry. I mean... yeah. I don't take too kindly to being called a grifter and an e-beggar, so. Let's go to Puerto Rico for the best skirt steak right there in San Juan. Grippo sounds like something you'd buy at Spencer's. No, Grippos, plural. You don't know nothing about no Grippos, do you? They are an absolute fire Potato chip company. I think they also make really good pretzels. Don't they make the pretzels that look like a teardrop? Yeah. Their pretzels are insane. You don't know nothing about no Grippos, dude. You gotta watch out for those. I showed up once to AT&T when I worked there with some Tahitian treat and some Grippos. And there was a girl that worked there, and she was like, "What do you know about this?" I was like, "I know that it's good." I was like, "I know that it's good. What do you mean, what do I know about this?" I didn't know. Y'all. But it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I wonder if we'll get an after work new peak. With Subnautica? A game that starts that strong on a Thursday, Fuzzy, I bet you if it does peak beyond whatever it hits today, it'll be Sunday. That's typically what happens. Yo, Broken Earth comes in, 5 bombs into 665. The next milestone's 675. I'll have to add more time to the timer, you maniacs. I don't know if he's still... Listen. I don't know if he's still here. Frog Boy, if you're still here, I'm happy to bury the hatchet. I unblocked you on Twitter. I mean, I was giving you some guff. I think it's deserved. I think it's deserved guff. Given stuff you said about me in the past, but I'm trying to put all that behind me, you know? There were people that really had to go at me, didn't like me, and said things about me. And I'm just trying to move past all that. I don't know if you're still here. But if you guys don't know, he was the one that broke this. I don't know if any of the outlets are crediting him or linking to him, but it is in fact true. It came from Impact. It was an Impact email. Not Best Buy. Everybody's like faulting Best Buy. And it wasn't Best Buy. You mentioned earlier something about the devs, Subnautica. Can you talk about that for a sec? So like the publisher was trying to weasel out of bonuses. What do? They like tried to cancel the game or something. Because like they had agreed to some level of bonuses based on something. And they were like, I forget, and they were basically trying to shut the game down, and they got basically stopped from being able to stop the game from shipping, and now the game is shipped. Like it's going absolutely crazy. It's going absolutely crazy. What's the peak now? 467,000 players concurrent. That's the concurrent peak on Steam. Now, with that level of concurrent ship day one, word of mouth, reviews, etc., it could become like a moment, a cultural moment. That game could hit a higher peak on Sunday. That tends to happen. When a game really catches that fire, for whatever reason, Sunday evening is when games just hit their absolute maximum. I think everybody's getting in like one last gaming session before the weekend's over. Nintendo Switch 2, Grand Theft Auto 6, yes. Not at launch. He tried to take over the whole thing. Used Chat GPT to plan it too. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Tim. Wait, did I thank Hawk71 for your Prime resub 21 minutes ago? I think I did. I think I thanked you, Hawk. I had my Twitch dashboard covered up. I couldn't see it. Never played any of those games? Is it No Man's Sky Underwater? It's like a underwater survival game, basically. Currently has an 86 on Steam. Underwater survival adventure. There you go. A single gift that comes in from John Rodriguez. Thank you very much. Oh, that's terrible, John. Why would you do that? Jiminy Christmas. We have 666 members on the week. Well, we know we know what team John cheers for. The Devils. You big fan of Satan, John? Oh, Subnautica, the Crafton CEO. He's the one. What time is it? Almost 2. So with this 2 hours, take us to 4. Okay. No Man's Ocean. Yep. What happened? How we get so many subs when I was gone? Excellent work. Silent Spartan just casually dropped like 170 members on YouTube and 200 on friggin' Twitch. And Siege Master with the 5 bomb says, let's get that number off the screen. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have merch? Not currently. No. No. Well, I think we have merch on the coffee store, but yeah. Oh, 220 on YouTube. My mistake. I thought it was 170. Oh, no, that's right. He came back and did one more 50 bomb. I used to work for Nextel as a salesman before they got acquired by Sprint and then later on T-Mobile. Are you just randomly telling us where you used to work, or is that relevant somehow? I don't understand why you're saying that. Whatever happened to the Reforge Gaming hoodie? I think you were selling. That thing went hard. Shop apparel. It's not a Reforge Gaming hoodie. It's a Reforge. These are Reforge Roast hoodies. Are you talking about this one? Like the 50/50 one? These are on the Reforge website right now. The Reforge Roast website. You go to reforgeroast.com. By the way, if you're a coffee drinker, you should be going there anyway. Our medium and light roast are on sale right now for $10.95 a bag. That's cheaper than you can get coffee at the dadgum grocery store. He literally lost the entire case off his ChatGPT logs and ordered him to step down. Holy mackerel. Black and green is such a smooth color scheme. I appreciate that. I mean, that's the branding color for Reforge Gaming. Merch is being updated. We'll announce when it's back. Merchandise for us for a while has basically been like the transport trolley will be live tomorrow. And then the next day, if you ask me when the transport trolleys, I'm like, it'll be available tomorrow. There was a joke at a summer camp. They had like a sign, and they were like, transport bus starts working tomorrow. And it was fake. There was no transport bus. We've had other much bigger things to deal with, so merch just keeps getting kind of pushed. It is what it is. You know? We're never gonna move like mountains of merch, so it's like we have to put out bigger fires first than other things that just require more attention and time. So, you want a Reforge Gaming hoodie? I appreciate that, Haseo. I hope you don't mind, but I want to bring up Game of the Year discussion you were having during review roundup. Excellent games worthy of Game of the Year sometimes lose based on mass appeal. They lose based on mass appeal. You're going to have to elaborate. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm assuming... are you basically saying if they don't have mass appeal? So like they don't get enough votes or something? Jez Corden says that the leaked images of the cloud controller are real. He says, I've seen other pics of this Xbox controller a few months back. Wasn't sure if it was going to come out. It seems like it is. First cloud controller aimed at users without a console. Satya got his way to a certain degree. Satya got his way. He wanted a controller. He just wanted that. Like, just give people a controller that can access the cloud. He got his way. That's remarkable. We continue to get hits on search for GTA 6, so I'm just going to periodically run through the story for those of you that are coming in from GTA 6 searches on YouTube. Thank you so much for stopping by. The pre-order date has basically been leaked. May 18th. May 18th. Which is this coming Monday. There was a marketing agency, Impact, sent out emails to their affiliates that said there was a pre-order campaign coming up for Best Buy that was going to run from the 18th to the 21st. And that is coinciding with the earnings call. The Take-Two earnings call is on May 21st, so this kind of coincides with my own prediction that they would want the next trailer and the pre-orders to be live before the earnings call. So GTA 6 trailer 3 will likely land either tomorrow early in the morning and let people kind of get excited all weekend, or it will land on Monday. If it doesn't land tomorrow, we will be streaming on Monday in anticipation of it and the pre-orders going live. So that's the plan. It's not like Microsoft invented the cloud controller. Nobody said that they did. It was actually created by Steve Perlman, and previous Microsoft Apple employee. Yeah, I don't think anybody was claiming that they invented it. I think the thought was, this is an extension of Satya's vision. That's what Satya wants. Satya wanted a cloud controller. My prediction is if you guys create enough buzz regarding the leaks, we'll get a trailer this evening. I mean, I don't think you can create a lot more buzz than... I only have so much power, right? Like, I'm not a very big YouTuber. So if I go to Google Trends, GTA 6 as a search term, saw a bump starting yesterday. So like, so here's your, this is obviously GTA 6 all this week. So it probably, elevated if we go the past week. It probably got elevated. Yes, going into this week, it probably got elevated. We go past month. Yeah, you can see. So coming into this time frame, it was going up. Because the closer we get to the earnings call, the more people are going to be anticipating it, right? So this is anticipation of, the trailer going up. Last week, I thought on the 5th it was going to go. So it doesn't. After the 5th, everything starts to kind of decline again. It spikes up again, and then it spikes up again. And now it's at an all-time high. It's at an all-time high because of this leak. So if we go past year, this is when it was at its peak last time. And then here, this is when people thought that second trailer was coming. This is when people were like getting tricked or what have you. So it's on its way back on Google Trends being once again. So like they are, there's only so much I can do, dude. I'm not some big YouTuber, but there's plenty of excitement and hype going on. You still think it's Tuesday the 19th? I mean, if the duration of the campaign that we've seen, if the duration of the campaign is literally May 18th to the 21st, it just makes sense that 18th is the day. 18th is the day. Could be wrong. Could be wishful thinking on my part, but that just tracks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Rope, I got your DM. There's no way to even do anything about it. No way to check, no way to see. Too many things lined up for the 5th. Yeah, well, and again, this is why they're probably not happy about this leak. I think they like to surprise. I think they like to be the one that pushes the button. They don't want anybody else. So I do think the minute we start thinking we've got enough clues to piece together the day, I don't think they're going to respond to YouTubers and Reddit. But I definitely think if we think we've deduced the day based off of leaks, based off of, different things that, we might be able to find, it's probably not true. It's probably not true. Because they don't want it to be known. This is a different scenario. Like, this is like a multi-layered leak. Where, when it releases, people are going to go crazy at midnight. For sure. We should watch Sav's GTA 6 video about water tomorrow. He did a video about the water in the game. He makes good content. I feel like he might be, I don't want to jinx it, but he could be on the cusp of having a pretty good run, pretty good moment. He makes good content, and people like authenticity, and he's a big time genuine fan of GTA. I think that goes a long way with folks. So they deliberately made the cloud controllers horrible. I mean, until you can hold one in your hand, I wouldn't write it off. It doesn't look great. I mean, I'll admit that. I don't think it looks like it doesn't have like a very appealing look to it. But I will say, hang on. Never mind. Yeah, I will say it doesn't look very good. But a lot of the times with the controller, until it's in your hands, you can't really know. Like, I didn't like the PlayStation 4 controller. I thought it was terrible. So, when I looked at pictures of the DualSense, I don't think I had like a strong opinion about it. I wasn't like yay or nay. I assumed I would continue liking the Xbox controller more. That was my assumption because that was always my favorite. And then once I had the DualSense and played a couple games, I was like, this is a great controller. Like, I changed my mind. So, you have to, you got to get the controller and use it if, to really know. Do you think digital pre-orders would be the same as physical if it happens? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean price or do you mean date? I would say date and price will be the same. I think the base game's probably going to land at $80. I do think they're going to push that. I think there's going to be a digital deluxe version or a deluxe edition that will let you play 48 hours early on that Tuesday. That's what I think. So I think they'll do, an $80 version or whatever, and they'll do a $100 version if you want to play early. Especially because the release date's a Thursday. That's honestly kind of a weird release date. And they just did that with Soros, right? With Soros, they release date was Thursday. You could do the digital deluxe and you could play 2 days early on a Tuesday. So I feel like that's likely what they're going to do. I'm not in favor of them raising the price. I'm not in favor of them doing like an $80 price point. But I think they're going to do it. Dan says $1,000 PS5 Pro bundle, or will it be more? Thank you so much for 56 months, Dan. I don't know, man. I don't know. I could see them saying $9.99 or $9.49 for the bundle. Like, PlayStation might be willing to kind of eat some of that just because they want people buying their console and GTA 6. I don't think they want to trot out a $1,000 console. The $900 price on the Pro is already ridiculous. Why is Thursday weird? Why is Thursday a weird day for a release date of a game? Because, like, no games typically release on Thursday. Almost all games release on Tuesdays or Fridays. It's a weird day for a release date. When Soros announced it was weird, but they're doing this 48-hour early access thing. So I think they're going to do the same thing with GTA 6. I think they're going to let that sucker fly. $80 a piece, and then you can get in at early if you pay the $100. You can digital deluxe for $100, base version's $80. They're going to sell so many millions of copies. I just think anybody in their market research department, anybody in the departments that are like looking at the amount of money they can make from this game, I'm telling you, they're not going to leave that money on the table. They're going to sell way too many copies of this game to not bump the price beyond the 70, especially because like Strauss Zelnick kind of dodged the question, when he talked about it. Like, he supremely dodged the question. So, what do we got? Okay. Okay. GTA 6 is beating everything. It was never a question. I don't care. I'm buying it 100, 125. I don't care. Well, and I think there's a big part of them that knows that. There is a big part of them that knows that. Like, they know, hey, there are people that are going to buy this thing no matter what. They won't care. $100 is a steal for the amount of content in GTA 6. I mean, we're assuming that Content is also, about substance and depth and enjoyment, but I think it's probably a pretty safe bet that you're going to get your money's worth out of this game. But I also think it's understandable for people to be like, they don't like the idea of games getting more expensive. And I think that that's totally fair. It's totally fair to be like, listen, I don't want games to get more expensive. It's already a very expensive hobby. So, you think it's possible physical disk shortage for GTA 6 problem due to high sales? I think that'd be really unusual for them not to be able to scale and have enough made. And here's the advantage they have, Daniel. If they start pre-orders now, brother, they have 6 months to make sure that production's spun up and ready to go. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't care how much content they fill into it. To me, it doesn't justify $100. Is there something that would justify $100 to you? Like, I'm not saying that a game should be $100, but I'm just curious. Like, imagine buying a game for $70 and you feel like you got your money's worth, right? You played it for 30 or 40 hours or whatever, and you pay the $70. And then a game comes out, $30 more, $100, and it's a game that you're easily going to play for double that amount of hours. Not even a question. You're gonna pass 150 hours, no sweat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder where people's where's your line? What's your spectrum? Like, how do you determine how much a game should cost? Is it off of the hours that you play? Because everybody's different. Is it off of the quality of the product? Like, you feel like these guys make really good games. I'm willing to spend X number of whatever on such and such game. You know what I mean? Like, I think the conversation around game prices is interesting to me because, like, we'll pay full price for a game that we know we're going to get 20 or 30 hours out of, and then we'll buy another game at full price that we're going to get 150 hours out of. And we think that both games should cost the same. And I'm not saying that we're wrong for thinking that. I'm just saying it's interesting. Like, if you go to the store and you buy a movie that lasts for 3 hours, it's, $20 or what have you. If you buy a season that lasts for 10 hours, you expect the season of the show to cost more than the movie. You just do. You're buying more content. Nobody questions that value proposition. Here's a 10-episode season. It's 10 hours of content. That's going to be more expensive than the movie that lasts for a third of that. And I'm not saying this is how we should price video games. I'm just saying I don't know if we've put a lot of thought into this as gamers. We're just like, that's too expensive. And it's like, you might be right. Value is value is all about perception. If the consumer feels like the game is too expensive and it's $50, they might be right. Like, if Balatro was $50, you might be like, huh? Like, you might say no. You might not feel like it's worth it. Somebody else might be like, oh, Balatro for 50 is a steal. I've played that game for 100 plus hours. So it's perception dependent upon the consumer. But I'm always kind of curious how each individual person gets to that point. Like, what drives your value structure? What the heck just happened to my browser? Just like Firefox freaked the frick out. None of the browsers like how YouTube handles its chat. Like, I can let Twitch chat just sit and run all day, but the YouTube chat absolutely makes any browser I use. I'm going to have to switch to Opera and see if it has less problems. Firefox and Chrome. It just doesn't like YouTube's chat. Pay the same for movies at the theaters regardless of the runtime. Right, but there's not a giant chasm of difference between an hour and a half movie and a 3-hour movie, right? I mean, it's an hour and a half. That's not that much. My example is, I think, a little more adjacent to video games. Like a 3-hour movie is $20, at Target, and then a 10-hour season is more. It's more money because it's more content. Movie to movie, you're buying a movie. Movie to show, it's not the same, right? You're getting literally more content, not just time. There's more that happens. There's more story that happens in a 10-hour long season, right? Now, obviously, its value is perceptive. It's subjective to the consumer. So it's like they might think that there's less story in a 10-hour show compared to a 3-hour movie, right? That comes down to the consumer's opinion and what they think. But again, I am not advocating for like, oh, games should be charging us per minute or per hour. It's just interesting that when we play games, you'll spend $60-$70 on a game. You'll play it for 20 or 30 hours. And then there's another game right behind it you're going to play for 150 hours. And you think they should both be, cost the same amount of money. I'm asking why. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I haven't ever really thought about this myself. Like, does that factor into what I'm going to pay? I played Yote for 62, almost 70 hours, I think, by now, because of the free update they did. Close to 70 hours in Yote. I played Pragmata for 30. So I played Yote twice as much as Pragmata, and yet they both cost me the same amount of money. So it's like, I don't know. It's just an interesting thing to think about. If the price of a game being bought by 8 people is the same as the higher price of the game being bought with less people, the less people price will win, except in the rare live service situations. Bigger games usually mean bloated games like FF7 Rebirth. I'm good. I am way more likely to want to buy a 15 to 30. A 15 to 30 hour game. Thank you, Broken Earth, for bumping the line to 673. Super close to me owing you guys another member. Huge day for the channel. Huge day for both channels, honestly. And there's the next one. Broken Earth wants to secure that next milestone. And there's another one. Lands the plane at 675. I owe you guys a member. Remember, I can only add so much time to this. So that puts us at... Oh, wait, shoot. What did I just do? No, that's not right. Hang on. Where was it? I added too much time. I'm not familiar with how this timer works. It was at 128. Okay. So it needs to be an hour and 38. So that's 98 minutes. There we go. We're just going to make you be here until you have to leave. At this point, yeah, because we're now at like, what is that? 4 o'clock, roughly. I have a hard out at 5. I can't go later than 5 because, like I said, we have people coming over. I do need a break. I'll be right back. Sorry. I had to make a phone call. All right, we're good. I'm back. Oh. May 26th has been so long since I've seen the trailer. I thought it was a newer one. Hit me like a flashbang. High GTA 6 predictions had it like 50 million by the end of the first month. 50 million units in sales? I mean, they probably have their own internal, predictions and projections. I don't have any idea what it'll be. I mean, it's just everyone's guess is as good as the next to a certain degree. Oh, I don't agree. More hours can automatically ask for a higher price. TV shows are static content. Games are not. Studios need to charge whatever it costs to make that game. Well, they're not going to charge you what it costs to make the game. They're going to charge what they feel is the appropriate amount that will then enable them to maximize profit. Right? I'm not even remotely advocating or hinting, although I imagine anytime I talk about this, my position gets pretty severely misrepresented by bad actors. I've always thought that you set your baseline price for like your AAA games that have, I don't know, at least a minimum amount of like campaign play time of like 12 to 15 hours. Like I think as soon as your game is closer to like the 5 to 8 hour range, it's like, I don't know about that. Like I don't know if you should be charging that 70, right? So like, there's your base price. And then the only reason you come down in price from that is length of game, size of game, or size of budget. So hang on, someone's at my door. Why does it always ring twice? Oh, it's a salesman. Nobody needs to know what an analyst thinks about a single-player video game sales. Check my last on the topic. All right, hang on. It's the difference of games. A 30-hour cinematic game is different than a 100-hour RPG. Same cost, just different assets. Right, like I was going to get into that. A lot of the times the reason you can get 100 hours out of a game is because it sort of is drenched in repetitious content. And a game like Yote, maybe Yote's not a good example. A game like Plague Tale Requiem is not drenched in repetitious content. There are story beats, segments of gameplay, sections of the game in the world that you complete and just linearly move to the next. So you're never ever going to have this sort of it's not possible for a game like that, I don't think, to give you that much. It wouldn't work. Like, I don't know about you, I would never want to play a 100-hour campaign. I wouldn't want to do it. Like, I played Elden Ring for 100 hours. I played Yote for 70. If it took me that long to get through the campaign, I'd be like, this is taking too long. Part of the reason Yote took me so long is because I was doing all the extra stuff. I was doing all the side stuff. It's rare for me to want to do that sort of with a single-player narrative-driven game. Part of the reason I was able to do that is because there's so much to do. There's so many fights to get in. There's so many places to clear and things to go see and do. But generally speaking, that's not how I'm going to approach most of those games, because you're going to get that general fatigue. You know, you're going to feel like, yeah, I'm kind of done here. I ran into that with AC Shadows. It was like, yeah, I'm kind of done. You know, I don't want to keep doing this. But then a game like GTA, the amount of time you're going to get out of it is at some level in more of a direct relationship with the style of content. Like there's a style of content with like, it's a little bit less substance. It's a little bit more quantitatively driven. So that I think is that's where like the pricing discussion gets kind of difficult, because it isn't just about the hours, right? It's not. You could easily put 100 hours into like an open world game that's like you know, Crimson Desert or what have you. That doesn't mean that the game should be like $150 or something, if that makes sense. You're getting years out of GTA, not hours. Well, some people, yes, are going to get years out of GTA. Well, they're going to get years out of GTA Online. They might not get years out of, like, the base game of GTA. Like, you know. And we could use other games. Like, somebody said they have lots of hours in Cyberpunk. We know people have racked ridiculous amounts of hours in Valhalla and, like, AC Odyssey. But that doesn't mean those games should have been, like, $150. Because much of what you're doing in an AC Odyssey or Valhalla, or even my experience in AC Shadows, is you're repeating very, very samey activities and getting in very samey fights and pieces of content. So, like, you know, much of what you're able to do is because there's an intrinsic, and this is not a pejorative, but there's an intrinsic shallowness to the content. You know, there's a significant difference between going into an area in a game like God of War, where it's sort of, it's bespoke and it's crafted, it's this place, it's this story, and then that's it. Like, you're not going to spend 20 hours in that location climbing a tower and clearing a camp, and you know what I mean, like you would do in a lot of the more traditional open world games. Just checking the news feeds here. Nothing really. Valhalla was huge, and I wanted to rip my eyes out by the end. Are we sure they're dropping online with the game? They are not. The current word that we believe is pretty reliable is that it's going to come 1 month after. It's super relative. I don't play single-player narrative-driven games because I can't justify paying full price for 5 to 10 hours of gameplay. I'd rather spend that money on a more sandboxy game for 50-plus hours. And I'm on the exact opposite end of the spectrum. I don't want another open-world sandboxy game that in order to extract value from it, I have to live in it for 50 to 70 hours or whatever. I don't want that. Once I realized that, like, that's what Crimson Desert was, I was like, I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for right now. I'm glad people are enjoying it. I'm glad it did well, especially with respect to, they did a really good job responding with, you know, patches and updates and things of that nature. But, you know, it wasn't what I was looking for. It wasn't what I wanted. It was like, I don't want this. The only way for me to extract value out of this is to play it like a single player MMO. I'm not looking for a single player MMO, you know, and that's not an indictment of the game's value or its quality. I mean, there were certainly legitimate criticisms and problems with its quality when it shipped, but once fixed, what the game offers is just not what I'm looking for. And I think that's fair and fine. That's why I think it's really important in marketing to not make that mistake. You don't want to have like this sort of vague, overhyped marketing funnel where nobody's really sure what the game's about. Like, what am I going to be doing? Like, how long is it going to take? You know what I mean? It's, I don't know. If I would have known what that game was from the beginning, I wouldn't have covered it nearly as much as I did, because I thought it was going to be more like an open world, more action-focused game, you know, somewhat similar or maybe adjacent to like a more mature Breath of the Wild, but it ended up being basically like a single-player MMO. I beat Valhalla last week, and I've been playing it since launch. Dragged myself across the finish line. Haven't heard about Crimson Desert in a while. What's up with that game? It's come a long way. People are still really happy with it. I'm pretty sure its score on Steam dramatically improved. You know, that opening week, it was, 50s and 60s%. Now it's sitting at an overall score of 86. That's very good. If you remove language and you look at the global score, 151,000 reviews, 83%. So that's a perfectly fine and respectable score. I don't know how it feels on PlayStation. Frankly, I don't care. I just don't have any interest in the game. It's at a 4.3 on PlayStation, so again, 86. So it's in a similar threshold on PlayStation as Steam. Yeah. You probably won't like GTA either. It just depends. Like, the story actually looks kind of cool, and I honestly am not sure if somebody's going to double cross somebody else. Is somebody an undercover cop? Like, there's a lot of twists and turns that can happen in a Bonnie and Clyde style story. I don't know if I'm going to be interested in like a GTA online experience. I know their role playing can do things for people. Like, it can literally make careers for people. And I certainly have ideas, but I'm not going to plant a flag there unless it'd have to be kind of organic. Like what happened with me with Destiny was very organic. I liked the game, I streamed the game, and then one day just started running raids with people, and it just became like the thing that I did. So if something like that were to emerge with me inside of GTA, it would have to be like that. It would have to be some sort of like an emergent thing that just kind of happens on its own, and not something that, I try to force. I couldn't do either plat for Valhalla or Odyssey. I enjoyed both games, but some of the trophies were just too much. Shadows had a lighter side to do the plat. Yeah, I don't typically go for plats. I have one. I got the Returnal Platinum. GTA 6 graphics looks really good in those trailers. I still want to see gameplay. Yeah, and I think at this point, it's fair to ask for it, but I also think it's reasonable to not expect it. Like, I just don't think we're going to get gameplay. I think they're going to run another very cinematic-heavy trailer, very similar to what we have now, similar in style and approach. And yeah, that's probably where it ends up landing. Just because they don't number one, they don't need to show gameplay. They don't really do much of anything, but they don't need to show gameplay. And I feel like if they're going to show gameplay, they're going to wait. They'll either do a slow trickle out of like screenshots and funny clips, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have an entire marketing campaign centered around mimicry of virality. Like if you watch the trailer, if you watch trailer 1 in particular, there's a lot of these like watermarks on the videos that represent like quasi YouTube channels, like TikTok viral videos and things like that. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if in the lead up to this game coming out, that's a very, very consistent thing that they do, is you'll see videos that are intended to be like a mimic of viral videos being used as a form of marketing. And I don't know if they're going to do that and it's going to be like stuff like this, like racing, twerking on cars, Florida man running at a gas station, stuff like that. Because you've also got like this right here, right? It says right here down in the corner, like the watermark is Thrillbilly Mud Club. So like, are they going to use quasi forms of like content creation to market the game? I think within the game, you're going to be able to do that. Like, I think they're going to have a whole internal social media aspect of the game that maybe they try to bridge that between the game and the platforms like YouTube and stuff. to where the game is sort of this self-functioning perpetual marketing tool where anything crazy that you do in the game can help you go viral in the game as well as on like the various platforms that are out there. Like I feel like they're trying to sort of I feel like they're going to try to kind of bridge the gap between those two realities. To where if you do something wild and crazy as a creator inside of the world of GTA 6, they're going to want that to be able to like land on the various platforms. Do you think GTA is going to have more content than Red Dead 2? I feel like Red Dead 2 only got lots of content because it's in the West and they had to come up with lots of ideas. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. They probably have an insane amount of content planned, would be my guess, for this game. Halo on PS5 has officially arrived at GameStop shelves. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. I'm not interested in trolling people with this. I mean, this isn't really a surprise. They literally said all future Halos are going to be on PlayStation. Colin felt like they were too aggressive with some of these moves. That was one of his takes yesterday that I was kind of surprised by. He was basically like, they don't need to reintroduce exclusives, but maybe just not be so aggressive with sending the games elsewhere. Like they've been, with the T-shirt, he highlighted the guys were like wearing a PlayStation T-shirt like at a Halo event. He felt like, man, that level of aggression is part of what maybe he kind of felt like really burned some of that goodwill with people. A store in the Netherlands put GTA on sale for 99 euros. Yeah, that's been debunked. Other people are getting the screenshot and running with it, though. Hear you. I mean, that was kind of the question I posed to Colin yesterday. I was like, I just don't get why they would even mention exclusivity. Like, why mention it? If the goal just seems 100% to be to manipulate. It's like, I don't feel like she said it and genuinely meant like, oh yeah, we're totally going back. I don't know. And now every time something goes, the meme of hear you, gets trumpeted. Like, I feel like somebody should have done, I'm not saying she needs media training, but with the console world, she might have needed a little bit of media training to be like, yeah, I just really wouldn't engage anybody asking for exclusives. I wouldn't talk about it. I wouldn't mention it. Because she mentions it, she mentions exclusivity in that blog. And then she gets interviewed about it, and she's like, I don't want to make a fast decision. I want to make the right decision. Whatever we do is going to be data-driven. And it's like, okay, then I don't know what data points you're going to comb over internally that makes you feel like, yeah, this is a good, we got to go back. We got to go back to exclusives. Like, it just, I don't know. It seemed like an unnecessary thing to tap into, especially if you're not going to do it. Do you think the pre-order leak is fake or real? It is indeed real. So let me kind of explain what happened. So if you guys are just kind of tuning in and you're like, what in the world happened? What is this leak? So basically, there's a marketing company called Impact, and Impact works with content creators, and you can have like an affiliate link. So I can have an affiliate link to like Home Depot. Let's say I'm like a home improvement channel. I'm like, yeah, I got this tool set from Home Depot. Use my affiliate link below. And then I get a kickback or whatever. Well, this marketing company, Impact, they have affiliates that run Best Buy affiliate links. And so they sent an email to people and they said, hey, there's an upcoming GTA 6 pre-order campaign, and it starts on May 18th and it runs until May 21st. And so that is literally this coming Monday. And the campaign for this runs up until the earnings call with Take-Two. So it stands to reason that GTA 6 Trailer 3 either hits tomorrow in the morning and promotes the pre-orders, so if people spend all weekend planning to pre-order it, or GTA 6 Trailer 3 hits Monday and says pre-order now. It's one of the two. Like, I feel like Trailer 3 is coming. So, and it's likely coming with the pre-order announcement. So that was the news. Now, Insider Gaming was able to corroborate that these emails were in fact true. The guy that broke it, I believe his name is Frogboy Gaming. He I feel like he kind of proved it already on stream. I mean, it was pretty clear. He showed his phone that the email was in fact, it did in fact exist. So he had negative run-ins with Hardware Unboxed. They told him his channel's dead. I don't even know who that is. Reforge, in your opinion, what game has the most realistic water? What game has the most realistic water? I mean, AC Shadows had really good water. The Burning Shores DLC for Horizon Forbidden West had really good water. Yeah, Sea of Thieves water's pretty good. There were times in AC Shadows that I would be like next to like a brook or river or whatever, running over rocks and stuff. And I was constantly taking screenshots and pictures. I was like, my gosh, the water in this game just looks so good. Death Stranding. Yes, Death Stranding does good liquid effects in general. Like, even the tar looks really, really good. 6 out of 10, too much water, that's right. Yote water isn't bad. Yote, the water's fine in Yote. It's good. I thought AC Shadows water looked better. Amazon has delivered physical copies of Legacy: The Dark Knight earlier than they were supposed to. Please be aware of upcoming leaked footage spoilers as we approach the official launch of the game. Good golly, that game is having a hard time with people being able to play it early, stream it early, and see it early. Jiminy Christmas. Like, which game has the best jiggle effects? Now that is the question. I couldn't tell you. When you say best, you'd have to quantify what you mean by best. If you want most realistic, virtually none of the game with jiggle physics are realistic at all. It's like the women are made out of jello. So yeah, if you're like, which is the best, as in like, which is the most reactive, and which one jiggles the most, I mean, I don't know. So, some games are getting a little absurd. Just kidding here. I know it's been GTA day, but did you see what Embark is doing with Ark? 2 major updates a year with some vague language about continued live service support. Yeah, so I haven't really been able. I saw it. I've not been able to formalize a theory yet, but you know, we've got an hour to kill. You guys extended the stream with gifteds. It's looking like you're going to get your doubleheader. If we get to 750 before tomorrow evening, Madam and I have to do a Friday night stream where we play Directive 8020, and then Saturday Madam continues playing Destiny 1. I think we'll just forego the gaming news and we'll just go with thumbnails both day for gameplay. That might be a better approach anyway. Like, I just wonder about, like, searchability, watchability. Like, are there people that are going to be like, oh, snap, like, they're playing such and such game. Like, we know gameplay is, like, the most commonly searched thing on YouTube anyway. So that might be a better approach going forward with content, you know, with Madam. It's fun to watch her react to gaming news, but I think gameplay tends to be more exciting, as well as just more searchable. More people are searching for gameplay than like a variety gaming news show on a Saturday night. You know what I'm saying? In any case, let me just theorize with you here as we have about an hour left in the show to kill, because you guys went crazy. Well, Kev and Silent Spartan went crazy. It wouldn't surprise me if Arc Raiders is facing something we've seen happen with other games, where like the popularity of the game is a little bit unexpected, and it put them in a financial place where maybe they can start to do something more significant. Now, that something more significant could be spending this entire year re-evaluating their content plans for Arc so that the game can really, really go the distance. That could be one thing that's going on. I think you could make a very good case for that. You could also make the case that the game was never designed to be as popular as it is, and so maybe they're working on the sequel already. Maybe they decide to take all the money that they got and take all the popularity that they got and really dig in to build something bigger and more significant so that it has more scalability and elasticity. So that's an option. That's an option. They could say, hey, the game's run its course. It's going to settle into a pretty predictable player base. We're going to kill ourselves constantly trying to update this game. Let's cool this down, get Arc Raiders to a more reasonable cadence of support, and maybe start working on other projects. Like, instead of throwing blood treasure in every single employee you have at Arc Raiders to maintain some cadence of updates, they're like, no, we're not doing that. Right? So I think there's a variety of things that could be going on. It could be any one of those things. I think you could make a good case, convincing case, for any one of the things I just outlined, like as a theory, as to what it is they're doing. I think it's clear. I think it's clear that they can't do the just keep going, just keep going, just keep adding, just keep updating. It can create instability, it can create problems, it can create frustration within the player base, and then your employees are frustrated because like they're breaking their backs to keep things flowing. They give a bigger picture update to say that long term they are looking at Raiders reclaiming the surface. However, what has us within the community confused is the updates between major. I mean, it's definitely an interesting social experiment, and I think there could be an entirely new game where we retake the surface and something else shows up. And it turns into more of an MMO. I don't know. I am literally just throwing darts. I'm not even trying to make an actual prediction here. I'm just throwing things out there. Hardware Unboxed is like Digital Foundry, but only for PC stuff. They're very trustworthy. Okay. They should do large updates on launch and 6 months after that like D1. Oh, I missed this. You better tell King David tomorrow that you'll buy him a copy for PlayStation. Of Halo? They also confirmed they are working on 2 more games alongside Arc and Finals. Well, there you go. There you go. Companies like that usually have aspirations behind the big thing that got so popular. You know what I mean? Like, they usually have aspirations beyond that. Like, they're not like, oh, we want to do Arc Raiders for the rest of our dadgum lives. Like, does that make sense? So it could literally just be like reallocating some bandwidth so teams can work on other projects and spin things up. Classic arcade side-scrolling brawler Mad King Redemption out now? Why do I... This looks familiar to me. Let me watch the trailer here. Yeah, it does look like a classic side-scroller here. Let me show you. Pull up my history, my watch history on YouTube. This is called Mad King Redemption. So it looks like you can play with more than one player. This makes me think of Golden Axe, if you guys remember that one. There, we went to a roller rink very regularly as kids, high schoolers, and there was a Golden Axe arcade there, the arcade game. There was a variety of other arcade games, but dude, Golden Axe was freaking hard. Man, this game looks dope. Holy crap, man. That's some gruesomeness. Wait, death is only the beginning. Arm yourself as best you can. Wait, is this a rogue? Master every blade and forbidden art. It said 2D side-scroller. Reminds me of Golden Axe. Yeah, see? Got another OG in the room. All the way back then, uncover its secrets. All right, hang on. My champions are waiting for you. Action roguelike beat 'em up. Yeah. Shared split screen co-op. So, do they have a So it looks like it's only on Steam. Yeah. Looks super freaking cool. And they launch into live into early access today. So if you like the look of that one, it's called Mad King Redemption. Indie game roguelike beat 'em up. Cool art style, a lot of heart. It's fun to support and promote games like that. Yeah. Games like that are commonly going to be, Steam only. Just easier for them. Build for that. Build for one platform. Games like that have more of a chance to catch some fire and go viral on Steam. Didn't it say Xbox also? In that trailer? I don't know. Hang on. Let me reopen it. I went to their Steam page in their link tree. Oh, yes. My mistake. I didn't look at the final frame. My bad. Yeah, Xbox right now, apparently. Let's look it up. Mad King Redemption Xbox Store. Okay, I'm just going to go to Mad King Redemption's website. It says wishlist on Steam. Well, if it's coming to Xbox, maybe it's not coming to Xbox today because it's in early access. Right? Let me go to the Xbox store and just search for it. Mad King Redemption. I can't even find it in the Xbox store. So, if it's in their early access, whatever it's called, if it's in their preview program, I can't find it in the Xbox store. This does say, though, it says literally play now. Steam, Xbox, GOG, and Epic. So I don't know. Maybe try searching for it on your Xbox and see if you can find it. I went to the Xbox store on the website and I couldn't find it when I searched for it. Sometimes pushing a game live like that, it takes a while for it to show up in search results on Google or in the actual official site. So that could be what's going on. All right, we're down to the last hour. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. You went crazy today and supporting the channel, and I appreciate it so much. I'm only able to do this because of direct viewer support. Wouldn't be possible without you. And yeah, we're still getting folks from search results. So if you're coming in and you've got questions about the GTA 6 situation and what got leaked, I'll be happy to update you. I'm not going to just keep repeating it ad nauseum, driving everybody crazy, driving myself crazy. So Steam's always more up to date. Steam gets really, really good hits off of Google too. Like if I search for a game in Steam as like after the search term or whatever, it's like the first thing. It pops right up. I'll search for that, a game in PlayStation or a game in Xbox, and if it's a newer game, it won't show up. I'm not quite sure how that works or why that works within the realm of searchability and how Google does that, but Steam and Google get along really well. Subnautica. Over 1 million have already dove into Subnautica 2. Their sales have done very well. Yeah, Kiwi Talks, Kiwi Talks Riley says, Rockstar will be pissed about this, especially marketing. Imagine spending all this time and effort to meticulously plan everything out, and Best Buy goes and screws this up. Nevertheless, we are living through a snapshot in history. The next 6 months leading up to the game's release will be absolutely magical. There will never be such a monumental buildup of a video game ever again. Once Trailer 3 drops, you will see other game announcements happen shortly after, as game studios will finally be able to be put out of their misery. It wasn't Best Buy, though. It was Impact. It wasn't, everybody's faulting Best Buy. I don't know if we can do that. I don't know. The Foundation called and Overwatch answered. Play as Diva, Genji, Tracer, and Mercy across Battle Royale, Zero Build, Reload, and Blitz. This is a crazy collab. What the frick? Wow. That's kind of wild. I always thought you could do a really, really fun game with Tracer. Like her movement and those guns and time travel. Like you could do a really fun rogue shooter just with her. She's got such cool movement. Madam and I finally finished and are done with Dead Zone Rogue last night. I need to figure out where I am. I need to send I like to do my X number of games completed this year tweets. I like to do those. I think I need to do I don't think I've done them all. I forget the last one that I did. Yeah, the 12th game of 2026 completed Pragmata. So Pragmata is the last one that I tweeted about. So I've been kind of keeping my running list of games that I've completed. I need to do one on Blaze Blue Entropy Effect. I need to do one on Sorrows, and now I need to do one on Dead Zone Rogue. Mouse PI will be soon. The game that I think we're going to try next is Astral Ascent. It's like a side-scroller rogue that has an amazing score, and I went through the tutorial last night. It feels pretty good, and it seems like you can put it on like a casual setting, because it's never fun to play a game like that with Madam if we're constantly dying and going back. Like, we ended up really, really loving RoboQuest when they instituted the difficulty settings. And we also enjoyed RoboQuest at the easier setting, and we really enjoyed Dead Zone Rogue at the easier setting as well. So we are continuing to get hits on search, so I just want to kind of maybe just run the trailer for the last hour here and just make sure we're continuing to rerun the story. Pre-orders for GTA 6 is Monday, as far as we can tell, the 18th. Impact is a marketing agency that sent out an email to their affiliates. There's an affiliate campaign for pre-orders of GTA 6 that starts on the 18th and runs to the 21st. The 21st is the Take-Two earnings call, so it stands to reason it's real. It's been corroborated by multiple sources, including Insider Gaming, that the email is in fact real. And so we're thinking GTA 6 Trailer 3 is either tomorrow morning, so it can cook over the weekend and let everybody know pre-orders are coming, or it lands Monday morning, and the trailer and the pre-orders just absolutely cook starting Monday, and give Strauss Zelnick and the team some strong numbers to give to the shareholders going into their earnings call on the 21st. Madam carrying Lono through all these co-op games. Sure, yeah. Off topic, but I almost threw my PS5 controller, stuck on the final phase of Sephiroth and Rebirth. I bought Subnautica 2, and I'm excited to jump in tonight. Enjoy. 6 months. Well, yeah, the 6-month lead up to GTA 6. If you're responding to the 6-month quote that I read from Reese Kiwi Talks, you know, the guy that does lots of dev interviews and stuff. He's got a lot of inside information, and has over the years had a lot of inside information. With permission from Cosmo, I am now posting this. I received a 1-month suspension from Marathon a couple of days ago for deliberately ruining the online experience for others for cheating. Okay, so they decided this. I said they should do a temp ban on this guy. It looks like that's what they've decided to do. Deliberately ruining the online experience for others, either by cheating, exploiting a game glitch, or being disruptive. Let me make this clear. I am more than okay with this outcome. I made a mistake and did something effed up. I'm willing to take this, no questions asked, no complaints given. I've reached out to both Fired and Icy and done what I can to make amends and properly apologize. It doesn't make up for what I did, but I would say I am now on neutral terms with them for the most part. If anyone knows how I can properly reach out to Astro, do please let me know. In the meantime, I'm compiling a large list of every exploit I know that exists or theorized to be possible within the game and handing it over to Bungie. It may not be much, but it's my first step in making amends to Bungie. To the greater Marathon community, I apologize for how my actions affected the perception of the game as a whole. I love Marathon a lot, and the fact that I gave the haters more ammunition isn't something that I'm proud of. If you would like to hear more regarding the situation and my thoughts, I did an interview with Gizos too, and I think accurately depicts them. One of my teammates, Ivan Yoltz McNoodle, is also included in there, and I fully agree with a lot of what he said. I will link the article below. This will be my last post regarding the situation outside of answering questions that people ask. For now, the road to redemption is long. See you on June 11th when I take my first step. P.S. Yes, I bought Twitter Premium just for this post. I'm not proud of this either, but I didn't want this to be a giant thread instead of just one easy-to-read post. I'm canceling the subscription after this post. Why haven't cheated in the first place? Well, I mean, This reads exactly how I would have said it. We've suspended your account. This action applies to your account until this time. Further offense may result in temporary or permanent suspension. The reason for this is deliberately ruining the online experience of others, either by cheating, exploiting a game glitch, or being disruptive. It's kind of funny how when it's a legitimate ban, they can actually send a message as to why you're suspended. It's interesting, isn't it, Bungie? Anyways, so yeah, I said that yesterday. I said that's the easiest temp ban ever. What did he do? He used an exploit to kill people once they beat the compiler in Cryo. They'd go in to get their stuff, and him and his team were in there and would kill them. They exploited outside the map. They knowingly did it. They knowingly did it over and over again. And I said, that's not covered in the TOS of Bungie. Bungie says if you accidentally discover an exploit, like let's say you accidentally slip through a crack or something and you end up outside the map, they're not going to ban you for that, right? But I said, it's so clear this is not covered by accident. This was willful. This was intentional. It is a form of cheating, and he should be temp banned. I said I'd hit him with 2 weeks. I hit him with a lot more than 2 weeks. They hit him with a 30-day. I said that yesterday. I said that's the easiest temp ban ever. He didn't use external software, so it doesn't need to be a perma. But what he did was significant. Temp ban, easy. So, Detective Seed says, I've been given GTA 6 pricing bundles and various structures of ordering of the game by the same person who gave me the week of the pre-order starting, which was correct, as highlighted by my leaked DMs that I proved I had the info well over a week ago. I'm choosing not to put the pricing info out, as I was advised this could have market impacts by me doing so. But I can say there will be 6 ways of purchasing the game at pre-order. 3 digital or physical, which are the usual types of tiers, and then 1 that is more rare with some stuff, and then 2 tied with consoles, Pro and Standard. With digital code download. 2 tied, like a bundle. I was told the bundles themselves will not have physical copies. That's not surprising. I only agree with this because he was a streamer. If there are exploits and someone used it, it's on the company. Because where to exploit start and end? No, I don't agree. I don't agree with you. I mean, we can be philosophically opposed on this and have a bit of a debate. That can be entertaining, right? It'll pass the time here. I don't agree with you. If you discover an exploit that allows you to do what is equal to cheating, which is get into an area you have no right being in, killing people who actually earned the right to be there, they're not expecting anybody to be there, right? And you do that over and over and over again, that's cheating, that's bannable. That's not like an oops-a-daisy. Their TOS literally says, like, if you accidentally discover an exploit, you will not be banned. That's not an accident. That's a willful action with the intended effort to hurt and harm the experience of others. That's bannable. That's bannable. I'm sorry. I don't see it any other way. I don't know if you'll convince me to see it another way. You can try. But I just can't see it any other way. That's a willful act to ruin the experience of others and to take from them what's completely undeserved. That's so unjust to kill somebody in that way. Especially after they've done all that work and all that effort to get into the room and get the stuff. If he found the exploit and just goofed off and didn't hurt others, but he actively used it to hurt the team, yeah, he's accepting the ban. He's accepting the ban. And I said yesterday, that's the easiest temp ban in the history of temp bans. That's on the company. Fix your game. Don't care. Both things can be true. There's an imperative on the company to fix it. There's also an imperative on us to not be jerks. Like, you don't think there's an imperative on the customer, on the player at all to not willfully do something that harms the experience of others? You're like, well, it's on the devs. It's on the devs. I'm gonna go outside the map all day and make and ruin people's games. There's no imperative on you. Your actions are just benign. Only in tournament settings because rules and guidelines can be specified. There's rules and guidelines specified in every TOS for every PvP game you have ever played. There's not just rules and guidelines for tournaments. There are literally community guidelines for every PvP game you have ever played. What do you mean? There's an imperative on him to not do it. I believe there's a moral imperative on a person to not willfully do something that is intended to harm and unjustly take from the other person in the game. That's ridiculous. It's a form of cheating. Don't forget the part of getting into the compiler area is just RNG. So these guys had to have the skill and the luck to get in there in the first place. And these guys just got OOB. They got out of bounds, yeah, and they were able to ruin someone's run. Yeah. I think there's two lanes on the street, Leo. You are correct. It's on Bungie to fix it. But I think there's another lane on the street. It's on you to not do it. You keep doing it? If the bank accidentally deposits money into your account you shouldn't have, you cannot spend it and be like, well, it's on the bank. Right. Or if there's an ATM that's broken and you can go push a button, it spits out money. Well, it's on the bank to fix it. Why? There's a moral imperative on you to not steal. So, I don't agree with your viewpoint. I do to a point. I think your position stops short of a full position. Your position stops short. It's like, yeah, it's on Bungie. You're correct. Yep. You guys should fix this. You shouldn't have that in your game. It's also on the players to be like, yeah, if I did this would be wrong. This would be wrong. This would be unjust to do. It would be a form of cheating to do this. I'm not going to do this. So. Hey, what's good, Seeds? 10 bomb from Seeds says, let's just keep adding to the total, boys. Boom, 685. Thank you, Seeds. Bugs are inevitable. Cheating is a deliberate choice. Yeah. I would even say if you accidentally end up out of bounds, you should recuse yourself from that match and just back out. You shouldn't stay in the match and keep killing people because it's an unjust advantage. Like that's wrong to do. If tomorrow not getting delayed, so the leak was checked. I don't know what you're saying. Bank, if you spend money put into the account by mistake, you're liable to give it back. This is correct. Yeah. Listen, I'm not having a go at the kid. I don't want to cancel him. I don't think that's not a reasonable response. My response is the same as it was yesterday. It's a temp ban. He knew what he was doing. He shouldn't have done it, and it was ruining the experience of others. And he's admitted that, yep, I messed up. Shouldn't have done this. He seems like a young guy from the footage as far as I can tell. Young men learn those lessons, and as long as you're willing to improve, I respect that. Yeah, he knew at the time. I mean, he said, this is one of the most disgusting things I've ever done. If you can get out of bounds, you can get into the compiler loot room. Yeah, if they would have been in there and just went boo and spooked people, and had a laugh, that would have been entertaining. It'd have been entertaining, Killing them and taking their loot? Yeah, no, that was wrong. And he's apologized and he's admitted it. I say, there you go. You hugged the cactus for 30 days, welcome back. I'm all about giving folks that chance to own it and move on. I was just surprised it took the length of time that it took, which I guess is admirable that Bungie didn't just like immediately slap the guy with a ban. Like, what if it was an accident? What if it was a clip taken out of context? Like, take time to do the due diligence. But once they realized this was a willful act, this was promoted, and this was done in a way that ruined the runs of others, boom, temp ban. I said 2 weeks. They gave him 30 days. So, completely justified, and he's accepting it. Respectable on both sides, I would say. I think I can respect both sides in the situation. Was gone a few hours. What happened? Silent Spartan and Kev happened. Silent Spartan mostly. Kev dropped a 50 bomb in the mix as well. But yeah, what is that? I don't even know. I don't even know the total. It's a silly amount of members. That's Silent Spartan heard we could extend the stream with members. and also get us close to a double header. So as long as this hits 750 before end of tomorrow's stream in the morning, Madam and I will do a Directive 8020 stream tomorrow night, and then another stream on Saturday of her continuing her journey in Destiny 1. I just came in. Sorry I didn't catch who got banned from what. Oh, is the guy that was exploiting in Marathon to get into the cryo room, the compiler loot room, and was killing people. They gave him a 30-day ban. And he asked Cosmo with permission, hey, can I post this and share this and address this? And he did. He apologized, admitted he knows what he did was wrong. You know, he's trying to make it right. He's willingly hugging the cactus, and I respect it. You know, I don't respect him doing it, but I respect him being like, you know what? Dust is settled. And in a sober mind says, shouldn't have done that. You know, 220 on YouTube and 200 on Twitch alone is from Spartan. Yeah, 420. That's just absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. I wonder who he had to exploit since no one is playing. Hey, too soon. Come on, man. There's still people in there. Hey, these poor homies that he did it to, man. They got in there. They got the RNG to get in. They had the skills to beat it. And then they get in there, and this homie and his crew is waiting. That probably was so freaking, like, jarring. You know? That's so jarring to get in there and get killed. You're like, what the heck's going on? It's the most mature reaction to a ban. I tip my hat to him. Yeah, it's the right. It's like I said, respect on all sides. Bungie did the right thing, and he's having the appropriate response. I respect it. I do. I never want to see anybody, permanently canceled, banned, or harmed in a way that's unjust. I never want to see it. I know what it's like to go through that. It is extremely terrible. It is a very, very frustrating and untethering, and it's not a fun experience. You feel powerless, and and I never ever will advocate for or work for it to happen to somebody else. I simply said yesterday it was a very clear instance, in my opinion, of something that should be temporarily banned for, and I said hit him with 2 weeks. That was my opinion and my position on it. So, Bungie seems to agree, and they increase the severity of the ban to a 30-day and not a 2-week. Not that they watch my content and they agree with me. I'm saying that, but they agree with the principle that I basically outlined, that it was willful and bannable. They actually gave him a reason for it? Yeah. No, they've never given me a reason, Seeds. Never. I mean, I got a little jab in when I read his tweet. I was like, oh, it's funny. They can give him a reason for his ban, I've never been given a reason for mine because I never broke their rules. There's no evidence or instance of me ever breaking their TOS or their rules. The funny thing is I'm not actually banned by Bungie. I'm not. I can go to their website. I can use their forums. I'm not actually banned. It was a dev ban on Steam that the only reason it worked is because of cross-save. If I didn't have cross-save enabled, it wouldn't have worked because I would have been able to boot up on PlayStation just fine. Now, if they would have gone through the legitimate means of doing it through the Bungie, through the Bungie method of banning, they would have had to supply a reason, which would then have created a problem for them. Because now you're breaching license and you're using you don't have a reason. Now, they may have somewhere in their legalese that protects them, but they basically broke license and access for me unjustly. It's actually wrong. There's potentially, I don't know, if Stop Killing Games gets its way, I don't know if there's any at all angle that I could take to say, hey, I'm owed for what you did. It was wrong. It was, it was damaging to me professionally, psychologically, whatever. And hey, I had a lot of money in that game. I don't know if I have grounds because it was unjust. It was wrong. You can't just strip somebody's access to the license of a game like that. You shouldn't be able to do that. That should be illegal. I paid for access. I bought the license. I should be protected as a consumer. If you're going to strip my access, there should be legitimate grounds, not just we don't like this guy. I don't know. I stand by that. I stand by that they should unban the account and do what's right. Because it was completely unjust. I should have access to my account and all of my silver, all of the DLC, my characters. I should have access to all of it because that's mine. I believe I have legal, licensure claim on those things because I didn't do anything to break your TOS. So, have you reached out since PlayStation has officially acquired them? If not, I'm more than happy to reach out. I have somebody with a contact at Bungie who's attempting to help me with this. We're probably not going to be able to get any movement on it until after June. They're in a bit of a boiling pot right now as a company, and so it's slow moving. But I do have somebody on my side who's trying to help. Because I think the more people have looked at what happened to me historically, the more they're like, this is absolutely ridiculous. There's no excuse for any of this. This should have never happened. It should have never gotten to this point. It should have never happened. The level of financial damage and psychological damage on me, and my wife, and the financial damage to my family and my children is completely indefensible. There's no defense of it. There just isn't. There should be so much restitution. I mean, the amount that I'm owed is incalculable. But what do you do? How long ago was it? It was 2021, February of 2021. Yeah, I can play Destiny 1 just fine. All my characters are still there. Yeah, and I've booted it up and have played it. And I can play Marathon just fine. So I'm kind of surprised it's still stuck. I'm kind of surprised because whenever I went to appeal it, the security team said it was above their pay grade. They said they weren't even allowed to look at it. It was obviously somebody pretty high up at Bungie that did it. It was retaliatory. It wasn't a just thing. It wasn't. So, listen, we're making moves. We're burying the hatchet with people. I'm showing up in places and podcasts and getting people to do interviews with me. I've always said that time and truth's on my side. It's not on the side of the people that did wrong, and it'll always be there lingering, waiting for the day where things are made right. However slow or long that process takes, it took me 4 years and 9 months to get my Twitch channel back. I'm a patient man. So, yeah, there's no way to unban it, Waves, because I've appealed it, and they basically said that it's outside of their purview. Like, the security team can't even do it because it wasn't a legitimate ban. It wasn't like you did this thing and the security team's like, no, you can't come back, right? Like, if I used something, when people get banned for like aimbots and stuff, they would just reply and be like, no, it's a permanent, you cheated, right? But the security team now, if I try to do it, they're just like, yeah, we can't do anything with this. It's outside of their purview. Because it was like, the guys that I had looking into it, they spoke to current and former Bungie employees. They were of the very, very strong belief that it was Luke Smith. It was not Barrett. Interview Cross. I don't think it would be fair to ask Cross to come on the show. It would be very disruptive to him and his life to come on the show. A significant portion of his audience would be extremely angry and would likely pull support. They'd be angry, they'd unfollow, they'd unsub. That Destiny crowd's crazy, bro. They're crazy. There have been lots of people that have reached out to me privately that are on my side. But it's not worth it for them to harm themselves or their career to say anything publicly. It's just not worth it. It would be very damaging. I've always thought it'd be cool if like a really big creator, watched the upper echelon video and reacted to it and brought a lot of spotlight to this and like helped put me back on the radar of people that are like, oh my gosh, that guy, he was done wrong, and then I could get interviewed by pretty major outlets and pretty major people, and we would win the public. The public would be on my side. Anybody that looks at it that doesn't come from that side of things, like the Destiny crowd, the public's always on my side. They're like, they look at the details, they look at the situation, they're like, this is ridiculous. This was completely unacceptable. Probably one of the most unjust cancellations I think I've ever seen. Because I've seen a lot. You know, we've seen people get kind of railroaded and canceled for stuff, and this is just, it was the height of injustice. There's no defending it. There just isn't. In light of the facts, in light of the walkbacks and the claims disappearing, in light of the evidence, just absolutely unjust, I should say. But the mob's pretty strong, you know, and backroom deals and business favors are very common in this industry. The upper echelon video made me change my view on what happened. It was crazy. I say this because I think Bungie's peak days were Halo 1 through 3, Halo Reach, and they split from Halo. They weren't the company I fell in love with. Now they're just an embarrassment. I felt like they had a really good run there for a while with Destiny. They did what nobody else could do. Like, they did, like, I'm not saying put respect on Bungie's name. I'm saying put respect on Destiny. Like, Destiny did the unthinkable. Like, it ran for over a decade. That deserves some measure of respect, man. It's freaking hard. Nobody else was able to do it. Nobody. Didn't matter if you had EA money, UB money, didn't matter. Nobody else could do it. They're the only ones that pulled it off. You know what I mean? You'll get your due. I appreciate that. Time, truth, and evidence are on my side. It is. Nobody from that side will talk about it ever again. And if they do, I'm your Huckleberry. I'll fight back. I won't sit idly by this time. Which is why none of them will say anything about it now, because they know they can't keep any of the lies straight. So we won, and we continue to win with time. It's just, you know, it'd be nice if, you know, more people that used to follow me on Twitch knew. It's easy to crap on them now, but Destiny went on a historic run. Yeah, like, it's easy right now to be like, yeah, they suck. They suck. But he'd be like, what? Like, they crushed it and had a crazy successful live service game. They grew as a studio to, like, you know, beyond 800 employees. They were up to like 1,200 employees. Like, they were kind of killing it as a live service game. You know? They were kind of killing it. You still on? Yeah, we did a thing where every so many members extended the stream. And Silent Spartan went absolutely ape crazy. Like, he just, I don't want to say the curse word. He went ape crap. He went nuts. Oh, man. Absolutely nuts. They did what nobody else thought was possible with Halo by making FPS games really good on console. They changed how FPS games were approached. Sure, yes, that they deserve credit for that. I think they also deserve credit within the live service realm of, like, they did something that everybody else tried and failed at. I mean, so many people tried and failed. Gang says, I honestly don't think Cross cares about their opinions on it. I will bet you $10 that he would politely decline. And you know what? I'm not even going to ask him. I'm not even going to make him do that. I just think that would be extremely presumptuous and rude of me to make him say no. I'm not going to do that to him. His audience would be furious. You got to think that homie has got tens of thousands of people that watch on a weekly basis, and a lot of them think I am the devil. Like, they would never be okay with it. You can put evidence upon evidence and facts upon facts in front of their face. The only thing that they would ever accept is if people came out and said, yeah, we lied. It was all embellished and made up. It was completely exaggerated. We were jealous. That's the only thing that these people would respond to. And even then, a lot of them would be like, yeah, he's still a jerk. There was literally a guy that tweeted that once. He's like, even if he's innocent, he's been a jerk about the whole thing. And I'm like, imagine thinking that, like, that a falsely accused person, you know, has no right to respond strongly to it. Like, I'm a jerk for responding strongly to it. He's like, even if he's innocent. And the reason the guy said it, the one time he said it, is because the cracks were forming. The clearest indication that cracks were forming in the narrative is when people started saying, I just believed my friends. Well, that's a psychological self-report, is it not? You're no longer saying, he's a this, he's a that, he deserves this. You're no longer saying that. You're saying, I just believe my friends. What are you saying? You're like, well, I'm not guilty here. I didn't lie about the guy. I just believe my friends. As soon as people started saying that, tweets started disappearing, claims started disappearing, the whole thing started shifting, and it was like, oh, okay. You can just wash your hands of this. That's convenient. Light a man's life on fire and be like, I didn't pour the gasoline, you know? So, it would take a significant amount of movement for a lot of that audience to ever think that, like, they would never see it straight-faced. You know? They would never see it straight-faced. They would still always see it as, like, Lono's the villain and we were the self-righteous one. We were the righteous ones, you know? It's really, really, really hard for people to admit that they didn't have the moral high ground and that what they did was wrong. It's tough for people to do that. Quietly admitting that you'd walk off a cliff with if your friends told you to? Yeah, I guess. Not even that. Make him say no to rage. That's right. Excuse me. Excuse me. No. No, not sleep mode. Full on sheep mode. Jeepers. And a sneeze attack. Golly, that was terrible. They love Twitter and they hate court. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They certainly do. I think one of the strongest testimonies, you know, in my favor and that I'm telling the truth is that I've sat here for 6 years now. I've never changed my story. I can still keep every single fact straight. Why? Because I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not having to remember lies or contortions or embellishments. I don't have to remember any of that. I don't have to keep any of it straight. That's why none of them will talk about it. I can walk out here, if it, you know, periodically it comes up and I'm like, hey, I'll answer your questions. I'd submit to an inquiry and an investigation. To this day, I would do that. I'd go through a discovery process. Go ahead. You can comb through my DMs, my emails. You can comb through all of it. I'd survive discovery. None of them would. There's so much crap that went down. So many things in the background. You'd love to see some of these homies' DMs that act so self-righteous. It'd blow your dadgum mind what some of these guys are doing. It's easy to testify when you're telling the truth. Yeah. To this day, I would submit and be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Comb over all of it. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There were a couple of guys back then that got exposed, and oh my gosh, the receipts were bad. It was like there was just piles of emails and DMs and stuff, and it's like, What's this Punisher thing? Oh, it's just for the Punisher thing, the special. I really liked it. I really, really liked it. Yeah, I didn't get into any. I almost got in spats on Twitter about it because I saw the same, you know, people running with just the stupidest narratives about it, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing this. Excuse me. God don't like ugly. That's why they're where they are and you're where you are at. Well, I appreciate it. Somebody says, what's for dinner? I have no idea. Oh, I think it's tacos, actually. Because we're having some kiddos over and we thought that would be easy. Boo, ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. Man's too short to block anything. That's got to be one of my favorites. He blocked doors. Oh, that's a good one. That's the best. All right, we got 16 minutes. And we're out. Unless, of course, the maximum you guys could extend it is like an hour and 20. Because I got to be out of here hard out at 5. So we are 15 away from another extension. Every 25, you extend it by 10 minutes. You love tacos? I do, too. I am, and we could debate this, I do prefer soft shell, though. I'm not a hard shell guy. They end up cracking funny and breaking and all of that, you know? I feel like I'm in a race with the shell, like before it cracks and hits like the critical breaking point of like there's no recovery here. I prefer soft. Just making sure this is the case. But this is the book that Saros has ties to. Yeah. The King in Yellow. Mine's different than yours, but yes, Robert W. Chambers' The King in Yellow. This is the book that it's based off of. I had like notes and underlines for certain parts. And like I quoted it at different times on YouTube. I'm not sorry, on Twitter. That's why it blew me away that people lied about it and claimed that the story was whatever. Like their media literacy is, you know, no bigger than a thimble, and the actual story it's based off of is literally what the story ends up being. So, heathen, hard shell or bust? No, soft shell, dude. Soft shell 100%, unless it's Dorito Locos Taco. Wrap the soft shell around the hard shell with a layer of cheese between them. Listen to the Fat Man. There was a time where I would listen to the Fat Man. But, you know, I got issues with blood pressure, so I can't have too much sodium. And you're talking about one of the biggest ways to get too much sodium is tortillas and cheese. Sweet, just the art, I can tell, ties. Yeah, I mean, I will say this, Hadigan. I'm tempted to reread it after playing the game because it gets to a point where the ties to Carcosa and the events that take place in the video game, I think about halfway through this book, it's so hard, I don't see the connection as much. Maybe I need to reread the book now having played the game. I don't know. Yeah, Matt Reeves is out here tweeting, getting people hyped about the next Batman movie. Scarlett Johansson and Sebastian Stan. You might as well walk into traffic right now. What's the point of living? I can indulge and eat a pretty indulgent dinner if I want, Zoob, because I skip lunch. So I can go a little bit overboard. Now, Madam does sometimes get the hard taco shells that like stand up, like the bottom is wide. Pause. Those ones seem to not fall apart as much, and then she gets the ones that are like nacho cheese flavored or something. They're really good. Oh my gosh, they're good. And I do like those. I'll have those instead of soft. Those ones are pretty dadgum good. What are they? They're like hard taco shells, wide, cheddar flavored. Let me see if I can get you a picture here. I don't mean to torture anybody. Let me see if I can find them here. Here they are. Yeah, so Old El Paso, the bold nacho cheese flavored taco shells. She gets these, and she'll heat them up in the oven before we use them. Yeah. These ones are solid. These ones are the truth, boys. They're good. They're good. You get that ground beef in there, dude. You little cheese and taco lettuce. You're good. You just nomming on them. Just restarted Blades of Fire. High blood pressure. My old friend. It's actually not bad at all anymore. I could probably come off. I honestly could come off the meds. I don't think it was diet-induced. It was stress-induced. We're just not where we once were, you know what I mean? Mentally in a better place, spiritual and psychologically in a better place. You know? It just doesn't. Not where we once were, that's for sure. If you guys are still tuning in for the GTA 6 news, just let us know in the comments. Sub and say, hey, what's going on? I'd be happy to inform you. I know some of you guys have been clicking and being like, hey, what's going on? And then we're not talking about it, so you might just be leaving. But feel free to hit sub so you can talk and chat, and then just ask us. We'd be happy to update you. I just didn't want to keep repeating it over and 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 over again. Because I've been streaming for 5 hours on this particular stream. I've been in the chair. I got up once or twice, but I've been sitting here streaming for about 6.5 hours. We did a Forza Horizon 6 review roundup. So that was good. That was earlier today. My copy of Star Wars comes in tomorrow. Just doing my part to keep Housemarque alive. I think Housemarque's fine. I actually think those numbers are bad. This is the same outfit that said Yote was selling slower than Tsushima, and they're doing the same thing. They're claiming Saros is selling slower than Returnal. I think they're wrong. I think over time we're going to find out that outfit is guesswork that trends towards whatever drives the most clicks. I don't think it's an outfit. I don't think it's an outfit worth looking at. I don't. It worked for Marathon, and the only reason it worked for Marathon is because Paul Tassi spoke to Bungie, and people at Bungie were like, yeah, that's very close to accurate. There's been other instances where the exact same narrative and the exact same framing hits, and it wasn't true. It was false. So I don't think they're worth anything more than it's a dart throw, and sometimes they hit a bullseye and sometimes they don't. Like, I wonder if you went back and checked them, like receipt pull them every time. Like, go to the earnings calls, go back to their predictions. Go to the earnings calls, go back to their predictions. I bet you they're bad. I bet you they're not accurate. That's my guess. Because it's always framed in a way that, like, really, really works with narratives. It's like, this seems framed in a way that, like, really gets click rate and share rate high. That's interesting. This doesn't seem data-driven. This seems narrative-driven. Like, if it was data-driven, like Circana or NPD reports and stuff like that, it's like, well, here's just the data. But it's framed as if, oh, it's selling behind its predecessor. That's interesting. You're not really able to do that with Returnal. How could you know what Returnal did in the first 2 weeks? You don't have that data. We have a 30-day report on Returnal. It was like 560,000 copies. We also know that that's the same period of time that it took for them to be purchased, roughly. Like, right around the time you learned that they had sold about 500,000 copies, they got purchased. So, I was here at 12 for the first milestone. 230 members, come back to 685. Way to go. Thank you. People went nuts. So, you guys have 8 minutes. Every 25, I extend it by 10 minutes. So if you guys make it hit 700, I'll add 10 minutes to the timer. We can only add, maximum, we can add another hour and 10. That's the most I can add. I have a hard out at 5 o'clock, which is an hour and 10 minutes from now. So is watching sales reports maidenless and unemployed? No. That was just some irritated dev. you have to understand what happens in those situations. Right? You have to understand. There are people on Twitter that insert themselves into every discussion, and they're extremely toxic, and they're gross, and they're nasty, and they are probably commonly calling everything under the sun woke, okay? These individuals become a lens. And what happens is people then view the situation through that lens. They're like, well, yeah, people looking at this at the marathon Steam charts, it's maidenless behavior. They're looking through the lens of these toxic guys. And like, you know what I mean? That's the biggest problem with a lot of these discussions is like, there are folks being toxic, and then you look at the situation through that lens. So then if I'm sitting here talking about marathon and marathon player numbers, I get viewed through that lens. Yeah, you're just hating. You just did it. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? That's generally what has been happening. I love seeing you on my drive home. Thank you. I saw a post from a big influencer talking about how Forza Horizon 6 is woke because the female character model wasn't female enough. They're angry because there's like, they're using the body type, body type 1 and body type 2 instead of male, female. And then I believe you can pick, I don't know why. Again, I'm on both sides of this. I don't know why there's pronouns in the game. You don't need pronouns in Forza, but apparently there are. You can pick he, he, him, she, her, they, them. And I'm like, why? That doesn't need to be in the game. That shouldn't be a priority. I also think getting really angry about it is equally as silly. It's like, who the frick cares? It's not going to affect the game. It's not going to affect the game. It's not going to change anything. They unpinned on YouTube. You are correct, they did. I'm on their channel right now. These guys, I swear. Are y'all seeing this? They unpinned. He's right. I'm going to go incognito. Rockstar unpinned. No, they didn't. Nope. It could be a ghost in the machine. I went incognito and it's still pinned. Trailer 2 is still pinned. Are you sure it's not because you've gone and seen the video too many times? Like, I feel like at a certain point it becomes an unpinned video. What does that mean? So you can feature any video you want on your channel. So when I come to the channel, this is the first thing I see is GTA 6 Trailer 2. Now, when I look at it on my own, it's gone. It's not pinned. I think it's been unpinned only because I've seen it. I think once you've seen it, it just doesn't put it there. It could be a ghost in the machine. I don't know. All right, you guys have 3.5 minutes to extend the stream. We only need 15 subs or members to extend the stream. That's a couple of 5 bombs or renewals. Does this mean anything? They unpinned the DLC? But I don't think they unpinned the DLC. I hope the trailer's tomorrow, scaly or tiring. They like to be unpredictable. They do. Trailer 2 is still pinned when I looked at it incognito. Now, that could be a ghost in the machine. It could be a ghost in the machine. It could be server caching issue or something. Yo, GT5 King secures it. Boom and boom. 15. My man, just dropping it. Absolutely dropping it. There we go. I'll give you guys 13 minutes. Boom. He extended. And I owe Twitch A member. What a day. What a freaking day. I owe Twitch a member. I'm going to do it right now. You guys, Twitch hits the milestone. You're 50 away from stretch. At this point, we're going to need something else. We're going to hit 750, and we're going to need something else. We're going to need some incentives while we're streaming Friday and Saturday. No green room ever. Does it really matter if I'm live this entire time? We never get green room anymore. Yeah. If they don't extend it, we get green room. It's 4 in the afternoon. We do green room until 3. What are you talking about? You bunch of babies? Oh, the man's been doing double headers, 2 streams and interviews, but he doesn't come into green room and then is late to dinner. Frick you. Yeah, frick all y'all, dude. I've been putting in the work. I've been streaming these long hours and doing all this extra stuff. You guys are, where's our green room? Well, frick you. Oh, man. Bunch of crybabies. Bunch of crybabies. I was just asking. No, Jay. They're giving me... No, Jay, not you. Not you. Fuzzy and Hilly are being ornery in the Discord. They're being ornery. So I'm giving them guff. I'm giving them guff. They deserve it. They know. They both compete for who can be the most ornery some days. You know what I mean? All right, I tell you what. Hang on. EO Summation is going to be the Agent of Chaos renewal and gets us to 701. All right, you need 24 to extend. Here's what I'll do. If you guys want to gear up, check your renewals, do all the things, get ready. If you're going to do single gifteds or what have you, boom. I'm going to pause the timer at 10:37. I need a break. I've been sitting here drinking. I'm not used to drinking soda, dude. A freaking cherry Coke. Can't do that. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. back. Sorry. My daughter hadn't seen me all day. All right. There we go. All right, you got 10 and a half minutes. If you want to extend again, you'll need 24 members to do it. I thought 225 plus 15 equaled 50. Huh? Has Creature been fired? Possibly, or he doesn't love us anymore. I mean, why would he? He never did. Our parents got divorced and neither of them kept the kids. This all happened because 132 of you loved Marathon. Hilly. And a single gift. No, that's not a single gift. That's Stephen Homer renews for 38 months. Gets us a little bit closer to extending a little bit longer on the day. You guys have gone crazy. Absolutely crazy. We're gonna need some incentives. We are gonna need some incentives to add to the Friday and Saturday night streams of like Madam and I playing 80-20 Directive 80-20, the scary like game. And then Saturday, she's going to continue her Destiny journey, her Destiny 1 journey. I've been trying to think of what my next video game purchase will be between now and Metal Gear Solid Volume 2. You got Batman. You got Lego Batman coming up. You got 007 First Light coming up. Cosplay the game you're playing. I don't have time to get a cosplay ready for either of those games. Not possible. 12 minutes incentive. Trill, like, take the victory. Like, I did the Colin interview. Like, what are you doing? 12 minutes? King Sovereign comes in with the Prime, dude. 3 months. Let's add it. Boom. 703. Thank you so much. King Sovereign. Thanks for using your Prime. Guys, the Primes add up. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like 20 of you right now that could use your Primes over there on Twitch. Adds to the total. Cable is like, there we go. My mouse cable was like driving me crazy. Incentive, Lono well, somebody just put like the biggest tweet ever in here, and Lono shuts up for the entire stream. You double dip. Thank you very much, King. So what? I appreciate that. What a week. Only thing missing is the trailer. Exactly. Now we got the Colin interview off my list. I got to push for the next thing. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Biggest tweet ever. It's 2 sentences. Sorry, the way that I structure, I'm going to give you guys just a glimpse into just the chaos of what I have to stare at to interact with multiple chats. All right, here you go. This is what my vertical monitor looks like. So when you post a link like that, it just goes insane. It's like it just shoves everything down. What the ugly F is that? That's what I look at every day to talk to you guys. Okay? Do you understand now? Do you understand now? Long periods of time reading multiple chats, making sure everybody's getting a response and like a good answer or debate or a logical response There you go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you guys wonder sometimes, you're like, why did he misread what I wrote? I don't understand. That is a gift. He's like, oh my gosh. Has Xbox announced a showcase date in June? Yeah. Yes. The Xbox showcase, it's always the Sunday after Summer Game Fest starts. So it is June 7th. And it'll be followed by a Gears of War Direct. Yeah. All right, guys. 5-minute countdown. You can extend the stream for up to roughly another hour. Every 25 members, I owe you a membership, and we extend the stream by 10 minutes. So thank you guys so much for extending the stream a bunch already today. Renewals count, gifteds count, Prime subs count. It all counts. It all counts. And they say men can't multitask. That's right. Well, you'll notice that's why I go quiet sometimes. Because, like, here, I'll show you guys the picture. This is, I'm going to show you guys. This is what I look at to read chat every day. All right. That's what it looks like. So I've got YouTube chat down here. I've got Twitch chat up here, and then I got Discord over here. Now, you'll notice Discord's kind of thin, but it works because, like, if they don't put a frickin' link like that, right, you can see everything they're saying real easily, okay? So this is what I look at pretty much every day. And the reason I don't do the combined chat app is because it sucks. It's frickin' garbage, and it glitches out all the dadgum time. So that's what I look at every day to read your chats. And to interact with you. Recommendation: YouTube should be the one squished because they can't put links there and there's a text limit. No, I make YouTube the way that it is because that's where most of the chat activity happens, so that chat moves faster. So that chat needs to be the biggest. Discord moves the slowest, so that's why I squish it. So it's like, it's 4 or 5 people, kind of chatting. And then Twitch is smaller up at the top because Twitch doesn't move nearly as fast. So they're sized according to hierarchy of activity is why I do it the way that I do it. If Discord was just buzzing with 500 people at its peak, then Discord would be the biggest chat. I see why scrolling back is a chore. Yes. Being able to click on people's names to see their chat activity is so stinking helpful. And yes, like, hey, could you scroll up? Could you scroll up? I'm like, dadgummit, hang on. The other thing with Discord that's frustrating is if somebody like DMs me, I have to click on it and then click on the other 2 chats to bring them back to the front. So, yeah. Generally, that's how I do it. Yeah, I'm not even going to respond to that. All right, you guys have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to extend, or we're going to call it a day. That means tomorrow you guys will have to work on the stretch goal, which I think you'll be able to hit fairly easily. You only need 47 tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're likely going to have to just kind of hold for GTA 6. I am sorry to anybody who's going to get a little tired of that. You got to understand what's going on. It's an eclipsing title. This is just what we got to do. Anything else will just get absolutely drowned out. So we'll do that. Then we'll do the round table with Ginger. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Unless somebody busts out a miracle in the next minute and 20 seconds, we will be done for the day, which this has been a stellar time. Thank you so much. I'll probably go and mess around with Blades of Fire. But some of the gifting kings come in and go crazy, so I'm not going to take the timer down. I'm going to give you the full minute. You're calling it tomorrow. You think Trailer 3 tomorrow? I could be compelled either way, because I think tomorrow could really go buck wild over the weekend and get everybody ready to pre-order. I think running it Monday also makes sense because you just get everybody, oh, I'm going to pre-order right now. So that is, that's how it goes. That's how it goes in my mind. Either of those could work. So 30 seconds. Here we go. I'm watching both chats. I'll honor it. I give you guys about a minute of buffer because of the delay. So I don't call it right at 0. I give you about 1 extra minute or so. You say you're going to try Blades of Fire today? I already own it, so I was just going to reinstall it and see if it feels any different. I don't know if it's going to. I'm going to have to start all the way over. I'm going to have to start all the way over. What'd you do if it dropped in 10 minutes? I have a title. I have a thumbnail. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go for a reaction. I don't think it's going to drop this late in the day. So that was one I was interested in. I'm not going to stream it. I don't have anything prepared to stream it. It's not even installed. But I have about an hour before I got to go upstairs to help out with the kiddos that are going to come visit. So, all right, I'll give you guys 1 little extra minute of buffer just in case people were kind of like trying to get back in the room or what have you. I never want somebody like trying to do a buzzer beater and I just like end the stream. That feels rude. Spartan comes in at the last minute with a 50 bomb. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping not. I'm kind of hoping not. He said he was done for the day, but that's why I wait. I'm like, anybody could come in and just drop a 50 bomb, and then we got to extend. The search for the next James Bond is underway. While we don't plan to comment on specific details during the casting process, we're excited to share more news about with 007 fans as soon as the time is right. Oh, they're looking for a new Bond. All right. It's not as relevant now anyway, even with the update. I don't even know if it's going to play that different. I really don't. I'll do one check here. Blades of Fire Steam. Does it even have any scores yet on Steam? There's 6 user reviews. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all positive. So, yeah. Anyway, all right, I'm going to call it. You guys are incredible. I'm all paid up. You are almost assuredly going to unlock the doubleheader. I think you guys will manage to get 40-something members tomorrow. Between renewals and primes and people gifting, that is a very, very doable thing tomorrow, and it'll probably be a pretty hyped day because everybody's going to be like chomping at the bit to see if that trailer drops. Maybe it does. Who knows? In any case, that's what we're going to do tomorrow, and then if you unlock the doubleheader, we will we'll do the doubleheader. We'll do Directive 8020 Friday night, and then Madam will continue her journey with Destiny 1 on Saturday. So we won't do any gaming news reactions. We'll just be doing gameplay streams. I think that'll be fun. So appreciate you guys so much and all that you do, all that you make possible here. On your way out, hit the like button. We only need about 30 more likes for 500 likes over here on YouTube. So go a little crazy. If you guys enjoyed the content on YouTube, don't hesitate to come over and hit like and leave a comment on a live stream that you enjoyed. That does help out my YouTube. So if you do that, I greatly appreciate it. And be sure to check out the interview with Rahul Kohli. I got to interview him. He's the lead actor on Saros. And I also got to interview Colin Moriarty. That was yesterday and the day before. So check those out. Those are on YouTube. Appreciate you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow.